Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Just woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. Excuse my language. Do it for your own good. How y'all feeling, man? We're back. Saturday night. A little bit late, but we're here. We started off some stuff yesterday. We're gonna finish up. The name of the show today is Ideas That Work. Ideas that work. I don't know. I was thinking about it, and it's like one of the things that people say that bothers me the most is like it's always been done this way. You know, this is the way it's always been. You know, and knowing the stuff that I know that that's not true. Like in like any cases at all. It's like it's a cop out comment to make. It's a cop out thing to say. You know, instead of thinking and working and trying to make things better, you just say, you know, this is the way things have always been, you know. Or there's another one where when people say something works, they're like, it works. You just have to wiggle it and shake it and press it hard and turn it upside down and stuff. And it works. It works fine. See, all you have to do is jump up and down and do a backflip and it works. And I'm like, if you have to do all of that, then that means it doesn't work. Not the way it's intended. And that's the way it is with a lot of things. You know, we keep doing them like traditions. Some of the stuff is good. Some of the stuff is good. I ain't gonna lie, you know. But when you see something and you know that it can be improved, then it if God gave you the ability to see that it can be improved, that means that you have to do something about it, because others, they can't see it. So that means you have to do something about it. You have to improve it. Everything, you know, systems manage people and people manage systems. You know, everything that has been created was a thought in someone's mind before it became a reality. So you have to, you know, manifest those things that are in your mind. You know, it's like if something is really, really bothering you, that means you have to do something about it. You know, it's like a sickness. It's like your body, when your body telling you, you know, when you have like a pain, that pain is your body telling you that you need to do something, you know, you need to make a move, you know, adjust some things, you know. So you should listen to that, you know, and you think about the universe as a body, you think about the earth as a body, you think about our culture, you know, our combined culture, our humanity as a body. And, you know, like I say, the suffering, the pain is an indication that something needs to be adjusted. Like me and Pat was talking just yesterday, like sometimes it's just like a different vitamin or mineral, a different intake, or maybe a decrease in a certain vitamin or mineral, a certain intake. You know, what you consume is not just food, you know, you consume other things other than food and drink. And you want to keep in mind what you consume and how much of it, you know, and what it does for you, you know. You know, we have our vices, we have our things that we don't, that we know isn't really good for us, you know. So, you know, what they say, all things in moderation. Nobody is perfect, you know. But when you know something is no longer serving you, then it's time to walk away from it, you know. As simple as that. But sometimes it's difficult, you know. And in this world that we live in, your vices, they, you know, they're condoned, they're championed. People kind of, you know, it's funny how when you want to do some debauchery, you can always find somebody who wants to do it with you. But when you're trying to do something uplifting, something positive, sometimes it's difficult to find someone that wants to do that with you. You know, if you're like, hey, let's go drinking and go clubbing and do some drugs or something, it's like people are like, let's go. You're like, let's do some yoga and meditation. Like, I ain't got no time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Anyways, I'm gonna come back to that. Let me see. Do I want to do some doom scrolling first? Or do I want to jump right into it? Give me a second. Where to start is always an issue for me. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. I can't check with my phone because I got an issue right now, but give me a second. Let me make sure. Okay, we're good. So let's do a little bit of scrolling first before we get into it. I don't like to start off too hard and fast. I like to warm up. Am I sharing this? It says if you're part of Congress, you get a minimum of $174K salary, staff to help you, free food at work, tons and tons of gifts, insider trading, work 165 days a year. If you're a teacher, you get a sad salary, exhausted every single day, disrespected appreciation week. I don't know if all of that's true, but the point is teachers are underappreciated, undervalued, and underpaid. Oh, let's check this out.
Morgans and other private bankers gathered secretly to draft the legislation that would create the Federal Reserve. I found it revealing that in the same year the Federal Reserve was founded, 1913, the Internal Revenue Service was also established. An income tax was then instigated so you and I would have to pay the politicians' debt plus interest to the bankers.
The problem is we have a privately owned central bank system in the United States disguised as a government-owned system. Now, if you look in the telephone book here in the Washington, D.C. area, You look up for Federal Reserve in the blue government pages, it's not there. It's in the white pages right next to Federal Express. It's a privately owned central bank. Central banks are banking cartels which have gone into partnership with the respective governments in the countries where they operate. And they've been given monopolistic power over the creation of the nation's money supply.
This is Jekyll Island, where in 1910, representatives from the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Morgans, and other private bankers gathered secretly to draft the legislation that would create the Federal Reserve. I found it revealing that in the same year the Federal Reserve was founded, 1913.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't know that it's a private bank, and because it has Fed or federal in its name, and that's deceiving, misleading. I don't know. The people's been sold out so long ago. I don't even know if it's worth even talking about it. Let's read this. It says, everything depends on this financial system. The moment you begin to understand it, the moment you can begin working towards breaking out of the matrix. Yeah, I mean, you can understand it, but can you work outside of it? You know, that's the thing, though. Is there an outside of the matrix? You know, it's funny, like, because in the movie, they kept going back into the matrix. Like anything they wanted to do, they had to go inside the matrix to do it. It's like, I don't think there's an outside of the matrix. There is no outside of the matrix. It's like you can't work outside of it. You have to do what you need to do within it and try to use it to your advantage. And I think it's set up in that way. Oh man, what is he talking about?
And that's not something the last outfit did very well. That's something we...
I don't really want to hear what he has to say, and then it's got all that music in there, so we're gonna jump. We're gonna pass. Yeah, I'm being careful. There's one particular subject I've been avoiding, and I'm gonna continue to avoid it because it's dangerous for me and the channel. What does it say? Finland and Estonia have world-class schools. One of their secrets is looping. Teachers move up with their students. Whoa, that's interesting. Data from 3 million kids. It works in the US too. Students learn more when they happen to have the same teacher again. Extended relationships unlock hidden potential. That's really interesting. I wonder why they don't do stuff like that. Like you always have a whole new set of teachers every year. That's really interesting. You're gonna know, because it probably takes a whole school year for you to really get to know a student and figure out where their weaknesses are and what they need to work on and all of that stuff. So if you get a second year with them, then you don't have to go through that growing pains of learning that student and figuring out what it is that they need to focus on. And you can just go right into it. And then you've developed a relationship with them. So you care more, you know, you're invested more. You know, like we're humans, it's natural for us to like get connections with people and start to care about them. But when we haven't had time to make a connection with them, then, you know, that connection is not there. So then the kid is just another number, you know, just another student. And I'm going to see a whole new set of students next year. I can't wait till they get up out of my classroom. It's like, I want to pass them just so I don't have to see them again. Yeah, I think I want to go into really graceful. I'm not covering nothing like that. Central London, it got a pretty big protest going on. Hold on, let's look at that right quick. Sky News.
And speak out, and I think it's important that we have so much representation from whether it's Palestinian families or other individuals around here. ceasefire, humanitarian aid, saving what's left of the population, whether it's the children's in the hospitals. Hospitals are running without fuels. You have children's in incubators. Doctors are operating without anesthesia. I mean, it's a priority, 100%, let alone obviously the water and food crisis at the moment. I think it's important to also state, we're professionals. I think typically in people's mindset, there's a certain type of people that protest, but we're professionals. And I know a lot of professionals who have come here as well. This is an issue not just for, a certain class of people or people in certain industries. We're professionals and it matters to us just as much as anyone else.
Yeah, because they like to say it's kids out there and it's hippies, people that don't have a job. It says thousands of people have joined the pro-Palestine protests in London, calling for an end to Israel's bombardment of Gaza. Police estimated around 100,000 demonstrators gathered in the capital. It's a lot of people. We got a powder keg going on, man. It's just waiting for the right spark. I've been saying that for the longest. The right global spark to light it on fire, Revolution. I love to see it. I would love to see it. I think I got a little bit in here. We'll do that, and then we'll go to Twitter, and then we'll go to Really Graceful. That's what we're gonna do. Let's play this.
At what he's doing in Ukraine, what his forces are doing in Ukraine, and think that any ethical, moral individual.
What happened? What happened?
It's hard to look at what he's doing in Ukraine, what his forces are doing in Ukraine, and think that any ethical, moral individual could justify that. It's difficult to look at the
actor.
Sorry. It's difficult to look at some of the images and imagine that any well-thinking, serious, mature leader would do that. So I can't talk to his psychology, but I think we can all speak to his depravity.
This is war. It is combat. It is bloody. It is ugly, and it's going to be messy. And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that wasn't going to happen, but it is going to happen.
It's hard to look at what he's doing in Ukraine, what his forces are doing in Ukraine.
Yeah, so when they talk about this guy, when he talks about Ukraine, he's all emotional and looks like he's about to cry. And then when he talks about Palestine, he's like, it's going to be innocent people dying, the cost of doing business. Brave New Fans posted this. It says, how the U.S. views Ukrainian lives versus Palestinian lives. Comments. It says, fake tears in the top video too. These politicians don't give a F. Their pockets are being lined. To them, it's out of sight, out of mind. Let's read this one. It says, the U.S. has lost its way. The entire world knows it. Its moral leadership is long gone. I would argue, when did they have moral leadership? I don't know that there was a time. Let's go to Twitter before we go into what is this one? I'm really kind of exhausted with that topic. Let's do this one here. It says, America, the most brainwashed country in the world. People don't even know the fundamentals of how their country, let alone the world, works or who runs America. But they scream all the time about how they have freedom, free information, free speech, free press. They talk about individuality, but they all repeat the most childish propaganda in unison. All their media and social media are heavily censored, but Americans don't know that since they never step out of the thought boundaries. The mind control department gives Americans two options. Thus, each group thinks that only the other group is brainwashed. Americans claim they don't trust the mainstream media, but repeat every talking point of the media, which in turn is filled with brainless stenographers. Americans claim they don't trust the government, but re-elect 92% of politicians every year. Americans don't know their past, what's happening today, and what awaits them in the future. Very sad, sad truth there. You know, he said they don't trust the government, but they keep on voting in the same people. Like, your words don't match your actions. It says the mind control department gives Americans two options. Thus, each group thinks the other group is brainwashed. It's not me that's brainwashed. It's you and your folks that you stand up for. Your group is the one that's brainwashed, not ours. Yeah, man. Let's see. Do we have some post replies on this? It says more than 50 years after Reagan, most Americans still have no clue as to neoliberalism. Nope. And I've done countless shows about trying to explain neoliberalism, and even the guys that are on the show with me, I don't think they really understand what it is. Maybe Doc does. It says same in Australia and most Western countries. Another comment says, this is true, but most of what have been paying, look, this is true, but most of us that have been paying attention kind of have been woken up to the lies we were told literally for years. Everything USA accuses other countries of doing, this is what they are doing. Yep, it's opposite day always. We live in opposite land. Another comment says, damn, that hurts, but is accurate. It says, birds born in a cage think flying is an illusion. I mean, an illness. Birds born in a cage think flying is an illness. It's like, what are you doing? This meme right here says, can you believe it? I'm literally destroying the country, and there's dumbasses that still support me. Let's see. It says, in a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. It's so hard. It's so hard, you know, when you're a person that's honest, you know, honesty gets punished, you know, doing what it says, no good deed goes unpunished, you know. You do right, you get punished. You tell the truth, you get punished. You lie, you get rewarded. You do shady things, you get rewarded. So backwards. People think you're crazy too when you're honest. You're either crazy or you're like slow. Hello? Kenzie, open the door for Naya. Distractions. It says right here, it says, I used to try and get Americans to look outside their bubble, but they are hit left, right, and center with the barrage of propaganda. It's perfectly legal for the U.S. government to use propaganda on its own people. And that's true too. I covered that in the show. Like, they made it legal to lie to you. Like, you wonder why you have all these commercials and stuff, and they can literally not tell the truth, and they can get away with it. Like, you know, just like the all of the pharmaceuticals that they're sold on, you know, on TV. I remember when you couldn't do that. It's kind of like, you know, you notice that you don't see cigarette commercials on TV. There's a reason for that, you know. You have to go to magazines to see those kinds of ads. And I remember when it was like that for the pharmaceutical drugs. You couldn't see them. They couldn't show them on TV. You could only see them in magazines. But now, you know, they opened that shit up and allowed them to freaking play them damn commercials. Every other damn commercial is some damn drug. Let me read this. It says, I feel like it's even worse in U.S. client states like Ukraine and basically the whole EU that are used as sacrificial pawns. You know, I think that Europe, you know, if one of those countries in Europe decides to join BRICS, I would not be surprised. And the name of the show last night was Europe Needs Gas. And that is true. And it's getting cold. And this whole thing with Ukraine is causing Europe to not be able to get, you know, the natural gas they need to heat their homes. And or they have to pay more than they would have been able to, you know, more than they should pay for it because it's being shipped versus going through a pipeline, which they blew up. So, like I say, Europe is rolling with the United States on this Ukraine thing, but they're the ones that's suffering the most, you know. And it's really kind of crazy. How long will they continue to ride for the United States when their people are the ones that are suffering and the United States people don't even feel it at all? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if one of them, Germany, France, the UK, I don't know, one of them jumps up and just be like, you know what, I'm not with this anymore. I'm finna roll with BRICS and make sure my people get gas at a decent price and not freezing to death or not having to spend their freaking last dollar on freaking gas. Let me read this one. It says, true, but the population is waking, slow at first, then all at once. I'm awake and have been preparing for years. Another one, it says, Americanization of Europe is the greatest tragedy the old continent ever endured, worse than the Dark Ages, worse than the Great Plague, and all the wars it had. The Americanization killed its soul. This is, again, we're back to the Matrix. It says, there is no spoon. I don't know. That line really did hit me too. Like, it's like, he's like, do not try and bend the spoon. That is impossible. Only instead try to realize the truth. There is no spoon. Ads. Anyways, let's go back. The picture, the meme that went along with this is pretty interesting right here. Y'all see this? It's like, okay, like the people at the bottom are like puppets. They're tied to a string, and then the puppet master has the strings tied to his fingers. But then the puppet master is also, he has chains around his wrists, and they're going up. We can't see the rest, but we can only assume that it's someone else above that's controlling his hands too. So it's like a third level of puppet master. So like this one here is a puppet also, because it kind of looks like a puppet, right? He's a puppet who is puppeting other puppets, and there's someone above him who is controlling him. Really interesting. You know, it's like the layers of society. And then it's weird because, you know, people want to become like the manager or whatever, but they just end up being a slave driver, like, you know, and they get a few more privileges or whatever, but they don't have as much freedom. It's like you give away certain things to get certain things, right? So you give away a bit of your freedom to get some privileges, you know? So the people at the bottom, they may have actually, even though they're still puppets, they may have the most freedom, you know? And as you go up, the freedom amount goes down and the amount of privileges go up, you know? So you have power, but you have less freedom. You have to do what you're told or whatever. You have to do it, or the consequences are dire. Because that's what happens you know, you have more to lose. That's how they control us. Our car note, our rent, our children, our family, our wife, husband. You know, we want to keep them safe. We want to make sure that we can pay that mortgage, make sure that we can pay that car note. So we're going to go to work and we're going to do what our boss tells us to do, even if it goes against our integrity and character. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Am I losing y'all? I covered that yesterday, I think. Let's do this one. Burkina Faso's government has nationalized the sugar sector. These are factories that were owned by French companies. They took the country's sugarcane, refined it, and shipped to France. Burkina Faso's Economic Development Department has closed the taps. So yeah, they nationalized the sugar sector. So, and a lot of people are going to say, oh, communism, socialism, or whatever. You put a gun to my head and took my factories away, or whatever. But yeah. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, on the southern part of Africa, someone is being outperformed by a boy literally half his age. This guy is young. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Whenever I hear him talk to, he's inspiring to me. If I was over there, I'd follow him too. Let me read another one. It says, LOL, they probably sleeping even. They're probably sleeping even. What the hell does that mean? Another one that says they're going to fail like SAA or ESCOM. Psh, we'll see. And you know, a lot of times these people who talk like this, like they think that, you know, it's like the African countries just can't get themselves together. You know, they're just full of corruption. They're just horrible people. You know, the underlying beneath that is that these people are lesser. They can't handle business on their own. They need someone to come in and freaking tell them how to do their thing, or otherwise they're going to fail. But these people don't take into account that it's outside influences that cause these countries to fail. You know, it's not that these people are necessarily corrupt. Like, there is corruption, don't get me wrong, but what I'm saying is that is not usually the factor. Like, it's other factors that cause these countries to not be successful at the things that they do, and it's outside influence. And it's to make them look like, the whole point is to make them look like they can't take care of business on their own. But people don't take the time to look at stuff and really know what's going on. They just take in the propaganda that's fed to them, and they automatically believe it because it's a certain amount of like racism. It's a certain amount of like, you know, I'm better or whatever. It's like a arrogance that's involved in it. And that's the reason why they don't take the time to actually look and know what's going on. The people that know what the hell, you know, and they know what the hell is happening. And these people don't let racism or, you know, these supremacy type of nationalism type of views get in the way of actually looking at the facts and looking at the information. Anyways, it's hard to talk about that, and I'm tiptoeing around the damn thing. But if you know, you know. A comment says calling for extreme hunger. Another one says, go be the solution then, buddy. This guy must be a bot right here. Another one that says, Spitzy is a real journalist, maximum respect. Another one that says, content is signed up for. I'm always looking forward to this type of news. Thank you. Spith. I can't say that. Yeah, this guy's definitely a bot. He ain't got nothing better to do. Maybe not. Maybe not. Another comment says, decolonization in progress. Such plantations were central to the colonization and enslavement in Haiti. Protection of plantation owners' property rights prolonged and embittered the Civil War because they kept wanting to restore the old order. A decisive structural change is necessary for peace. And it's funny because we talk about plantations and sugar, the sugar plantations is a big deal, or was a big deal in Central America. Well, still kind of, not Central America, the Caribbean. And still to this day, I don't know. I don't want to go down that road because if I do, then I ain't going to stop. And then y'all going to be like, what is he talking about? Let's do this one. It says, in 1968, Jesse White, Ben Chester's son, sued the KKK for his father's death. The judge ruled in his favor and awarded $1 million. While this ruling set a precedent, being the first time the Klan is held responsible, Jesse and his family never received compensation. On June 10, 1966, Ben Chester White went about his morning routine. He headed off to work, not knowing that the day would be his last day alive. White, a 67-year-old black plantation worker, was employed at Cooper Hill Plantation. It was the same plantation at which he worked his entire life, as well as the same at which his grandparents worked as slaves. White was described as a hardworking, humble man that kept himself out of trouble. He was not an open, active participant in the civil rights movement, nor was he registered to vote. That fateful summer day, White was approached by Ernest Evans, James Lloyd Jones, and Claude Fuller. The three men offered White $2 and a soda in the exchange for his help to find their dog. White agreed to help the men, but as he was smart to the Southern ways, he knew the white men were up to no good. The men lured White into Pretty Creek in Homochito National Forest of Natchez, Mississippi. The plan was to murder White so that the public publicity would draw Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to Natchez to be assassinated. However, White's death went unnoticed and unpunished. King never visited Natchez, nor did he publicly discuss White's murder. When White's body was found, it was riddled with bullet holes. Police connected his death with an abandoned, shot up, and burned car that was discovered and belonged to James Lloyd Jones. Jones confessed to the murder, telling the police that when they shot White, his brains went all over the place. Jones explained that Fuller shot White with a machine gun and Evans blew his head off. Evans was already suspected of having ties with the Klan. He refused to talk about his Klan affiliation. Rumors had it that the three men were members of the Cottonmouth Moccasin Gang, a faction of the White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. The three murderers went to trial separately. Jones was tried first. He confessed his role and expressed repentance. The jury was deadlocked. Evans was acquitted. His defense was Fuller had already killed White, so Evans' additional shots had no effect. Fuller claims health problems and was able to avoid trial. In 1968, Jesse White, son of Ben Chester White, sued the Klan for his father's death. The judge ruled in Jesse's favor and awarded him a sum of $1 million. While the ruling set a precedent, being the first time that the Ku Klux Klan and its organization was held responsible for the actions of its members, Jesse White and his family received no compensation. I wish they would have explained why they didn't receive any compensation. Like, the judge ruled they could get $1 million. Where would the $1 million come from? And why didn't they receive any compensation? That's what I would have liked. They put that in the headline. They told the whole backstory, but they didn't explain that part. They never received compensation. Why? Tweet replies, it says, teach this in the schools. Another one says, every struggle that Black people have gone through can be summed up by White's question, oh Lord, what have I done to deserve this? Fucking ass. Another one says, this is the history we want to learn and the justice we need to push for our Black society to be compensated fully. SVD given full recognition. Another one says, my God, this was a horrific read. Another one that says, for them to be found guilty of a hate crime but not receive any punishment. It says, the plantation hasn't left the country. It's now in the courtroom. It says, in 1968, Jesse White, Ben Chester's son, sued the KKK for his father's death. Why would you put that? It's the same thing that's up there. This one, it says, in 2003, Avance is again charged with the murder of Ben Chester White, but now he is facing federal charges since White was murdered on federal land, this time at age 72. Avance is convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. Ernest Avance dies in jail in June 2004. It says, we can be out of Jim Crow, which ended in 1964, but still be trapped in its conditioned narratives. We must question narratives that still plague our country in 2023.
To move away from talking just about the civil justice movement, to talk about life, we all begin in a dark, moist place, and then suddenly, beyond our comprehension, we are launched into this world. We're suddenly launched into a scary world and then grow up around our parents, and everything we initially hear and learn, we're forced to be in the care of our parents. Our safety comes from them. All the images we see and hear are based upon their images, their experiences, and what they've had to endure. Then, as we leave the house and go to school, we begin to realize that a lot of the things we name are things that culture has known for a long time. Things such as apple, table, all of those things that we relate to are names that we associate with certain things. We then, if we're black in this country, realize that as a child, we're in a very different set of circumstances. Yes, we're in the minority, but everything around us is geared around the badness of blackness and portraying a somehow undesirable image of being black. We reach a point that we get about 15 and our parents tell us, be careful with that backpack going in a certain area. You are black in this area. And when we get older, we come to terms with driving in certain areas with certain cars and potentially being pulled over by police. This has not just happened. Things do not just happen. Culture learns things from a vibration of what has happened before. I'm not going to go back to slavery 400 years ago. I've covered that a lot in previous videos. I'm going to go back to 1877, which was 12 years after slavery was abolished. Jim Crow was set up. Jim Crow was set up to further punish the blacks, even though they built the railroads and the cotton industry in this country for 265 years before, to keep you, if you're a black guy, away from movie theaters, swimming pools, restaurants in certain areas. This was vehemently adhered to by policing and white culture. You again were dehumanized by not being allowed the same privileges just because you were 13% of the culture. You find yourself now in a hostile environment, growing up as a black man, even in 2023, because we begin to realize that Make America White Again really is a fictitious America. It claims that the martyrs and heroes were the ones that saved you, when really they came here 87% looking for a dream because they couldn't make it in Europe or where they came from, and they hired you for cheap labor. So not only for 265 years did you build the economy, you were further segregated for almost 100 years. This did not end until 1864. We know from a virus it took 2 weeks for you not to stand 6 feet, within 6 feet of me, not shake my hand. And even now, 3 years later, when I go to shake your hand, you sometimes pull away. That's from 3 years or 2 weeks of conditioning. This was 100 years of conditioning. And yet somehow in education, we ignore the facts of our history. So we have no clear present, and without a present, we have no future. We see acts of violence. Emmett Till in 1955 looked at a white lady and was then brutally murdered a few days later. His body was tied up and he was thrown in water. We then look in 1955, actually in 1964 in Mississippi, 5 whites killed 3 black people. 2 years later, they even said that we did it. They were let to go free. We can also bring this to policing, which is on racial stereotypes and profiles based upon the Jim Crow era, because we learn that through not necessarily being consciously racist, but the constructs of culture, like with the virus, that are repeated over and over again, form our decision making to make it easier to make decisions. Much like when you see a table or an apple, you don't have to consciously think, you identify it with what you learned from your childhood experience at school. It makes it easier to profile people based upon what or they may not do. It's a supposition. And if you are black, you are segregated, so you're 4 times more likely to get shot than me, a white guy, going into a glove box. 13% of the population, 27% of the population being killed to this very day. We take this forward into our policing. In 1991, Rodney King was savagely beaten by police on camera and didn't die, but died a few years later due probably to the stress and dehumanization of growing up in this culture. In 2023, on January the 26th, Tyre Nichols was savagely beaten and died a few hours later by 5 police officers. Black police officers, because if we buy the narrative of mainstream culture, it's no longer about color, it's about narrative. It's about the narrative of culture. I had a black friend of mine, there was a burglary in an area that I stay at. First thing he asked me, were they black? We buy those narratives. We can move forward to 2015 with police cameras because we had those installed when Mike Brown in 2014 in Ferguson, a white police officer mounted the curb with an SUV, rolled his window down and shot him twice, an unarmed man. He was freed for that, freed for killing a person, a life. We don't talk about black and white anymore because we've been here for so long. We talk about a life. He was freed. We can talk about Terence Crutchner. In 2015, he had his hands up in the air. A man at 40 in his prime, hands up in the air, and a white police lady shot him. A guy 1,000 feet up in the air in a police helicopter said he's a bad dude. That was because the narrative, just like I told you, the apple and the table, has formed decision-making. She was cleared. The Mississippi killings we went back to at the beginning, the killings of Tyre Nichols, the decision is still not out on that. All of these things, and the Mike Brown one, all of these things are blatant, and yet as a structure, we have normalized violence against black people. It's the whole image. When Barack Obama was president in the Midwest, a head teacher of a university dressed in a gorilla suit, and some of the students painted themselves black. It's reinforced in our culture today. Even in social media, large platforms post a picture of a school of mostly black people fighting under the bullet point, see, you wanted to give them free education and good areas, this is what you got. It's under the mega billboard, Make America Great Again. We've had this from Jim Crow. They deny Jim Crow. We deny the very existence of our history. It is impossible to overcome what we do not recognize, and it's impossible to recognize what we do not overcome. These things are in media all the time. A black man is shot every other day in America by police in this country. It's endemic racism. It's cultural. It's structural. It's in our schooling, in our policing, and in the psyche of our system. It's very hard being a black person in this country. You built the country, but it's a hostile environment. We need to have an honest look at our history. We need to get into a dialogue like we did with the virus and make it matter to more than just 13%. We can come adjusted to our maladjustment, but what is perverted will never be normal. I can go on a lot more. I have a lot of these videos, but I want to give you a present look at where we are. The conditioned mentality of culture has not been spoken about by enough people because we have too many MAGAs sweeping it under the carpet. It will not go away because we have these incidents even today in 2023 with Tyre Nichols, and also on August the 26th at the Dollar General store in Jacksonville, Florida. A white man goes into a store and shoots 3 black bodies just because they're black for no other reason. We need to realize we've all been in this country a long time. If I'm white and I look at you and you're black, I have become you. And if you're black and you look at me and I'm white, you have become me. The only way we can survive as a republic is if we better understand our behaviors and learn to live better together. We can't, the blacks are in this country. We cannot extradite them. They're part of our culture, but we also need to work together to realize 87% came to find the dream and 13% built the dream. So they are the original patriots. We need to have a serious discussion that brings all people together. Something quite clearly has to give. It will not go away until it's discussed.
Will not go away until it's discussed. And we have to find middle ground, somewhere we can actually have these conversations. They're really tough conversations, but it's like, if you don't know your history, if you just have a blind spot in your history of how we ended up where we are today, when things happen, you can't understand them. They don't make sense. And you're like, then you try to explain them away or whatever. And you're like, you try to go by your own personal experience. And you're like, well, when I do this thing, this is what happens, you know? And it's like, so it must have been you, because if I did something out of line or whatever, then that would be the reason why certain things happen or whatever. So, but that's you leaving out the history of how we got here. So, and that's the reason why, you know, history is so important and we need to learn it. You know, for us to even have a conversation on these issues, we have to have a baseline, something that we all agree on, you know, like a certain thing happened, regardless of, you know, where you stand on it or how you look at it or whatever. You have to acknowledge that a certain thing happened. All right, like this thing happened. Okay, can we agree on that? It's like, okay, now let's move forward. But if we can't get to the point where we can even agree that these certain things actually happened, then we can never move forward, you know? And, you know, America can be great, you know? It's just, we have to work together to make it that, you know? And we can't work together to make it that if we can't even agree on our history and things that actually happened, you know? That's it. It's as simple as that. You don't know what your future is, where you're going, if you don't know where you came from, you know? And you don't know what's happening right now if you don't know where you came from, you know? And that's the reason why, you know, in school, I feel like they avoid teaching history. You know that, like, recent history is always controversial. So, you know, even in the universities, they don't teach recent history because it's controversial and they want to stay away from controversial topics. So it's crazy how something that could just happen last year, 2 years ago, or 5 years ago, or, you know, less than 10 years ago is something we can't talk about in a classroom. And everybody lived through it and saw it on TV and all of that, but we can't talk about it in a classroom because it's controversial. You know, that's something that we have to get away from, you know. And geography is the other part. Like, they don't teach geography because, you know, to properly teach geography, you have to teach history because they go together, you know. And when they do teach history, they teach dates and names and stuff, and they don't teach the context. They don't teach how these different dates and names are connected, you know, like how on one part of the world in the same year this thing was happening, and on the other part of the world in the same year this thing was happening, you know. They don't teach it like that. They just like, this is the date, this is the name, this is what happened or whatever, and you don't understand the context of it, you know. And that's the reason why we get so confused. People can go all the way through school and graduate college even and still don't really understand the history because all they remember is dates and names. This one is tough right here. This is I just got low. Let me read a couple more comments and I'm gonna move on because this is weighing heavy on me. It says, that's terrible. This country has done so much evil to Black folks, and this is just small version of what they did. It gets worse. If you really want to hear horror stories, the Black Holocaust is a must read and worth making a movie or series. A couple more says, if he knew they were up to no good, why would he agree to help? You know, and that's another thing, Lo. You know, when I was reading this story, the part where they said he knew they were up to no good, and the guys came to them and they said, look, we got a soda or whatever, can you help us find our dog? And then the guy being, you know, let's assume, you know, because they said that he was an upstanding guy, didn't cause trouble, you know, wasn't involved in the civil rights movement, wasn't registered to vote or whatever. And these guys, 3 men, come to him and say, can you help me find my dog? You know, and then it's like, all right, I'm gonna do the right thing. You know, it looks like they're distraught. They need some help finding their dog. They're stressed out. Let me give them a hand or whatever. And it's like what I said earlier. No good deed goes unpunished. It's like, you know, they used the good in him to lure him into a position where they could, you know, take advantage of him, to murder him, you know. And it's like we were talking about in the show yesterday, how, like, you know, good men being indifferent to politics, indifferent to what's going on, by default, evil men end up leading. You end up following evil men because of your indifference. So, you know, being good is how, you know, evil, you know, controls, how they get in charge, how they, you know, that's the tool that they use. They use the goodness in you as their tool to do their evil. Let's read another one. It says, why was his surname White in the first place? What did people expect walking around with names like that? What the hell is that supposed to mean? That was a dumbass comment. Another one, it says, if he was hip to Southern ways and knew they were up to no good, wonder why he agreed to follow them into the woods. You know, that's kind of what I said. Like, it's like, you know, kind of giving a person the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they really are looking for their dog. Maybe I really can help them, you know. You know, and me being the good guy that I am, you know, a lot of times I do avoid helping people. Like, you know, I used to help people a lot. And it's like, what I've learned is that, like, I don't know, it's really an ego trip. You know, it's like me saying that I'm better than everybody else, you know, that I'm on my pedestal, you know, that I'm a good person. So then I can go out of my way to help others and do things for them or whatever, when you're not really doing it for the right reasons when you're looking at it in that way. So when it's convenient for you, when you're comfortable with it, when you want to help, then you do it for that. And you don't do it to make yourself feel superior. You know what I mean? So if that's the case, then there's going to be times where people ask you for help and you're going to be totally comfortable being able to say no. It took me a long time. You know, I had to grow up and get to the point where I can say no when someone asks for something, you know. And I may, you know, there's a lot of power in no, you know, in saying no, you know. You don't have to be a good, quote unquote, good person all the time. Sometimes you can say no. Sometimes you can pass on it. Sometimes you can be like, you know, hey, I got other things I want to do. I got other priorities that I need to take care of, and I need to focus on those things. And I don't feel bad about it because I'm not trying to act like I'm superior, I'm morally superior than others, where I can put my own agendas to the side and help this other person every time, you know, or help someone else every time. Because if you neglect yourself, then you can't help anyone. It's like the thing when you're on the airplane, right? And it has the little thing it has the little sign. It says, place the covering over your face and mouth, and then do the one for your child. That is the order of operations, because, if you pass out, then you're no good for yourself or the child at that point. So, because like when you just let your emotions run the show, then you immediately want to like put the thing on the child's face first, right? So, but that is not what you're supposed to do. That's the reason why they have the sign up there, so that you can, use, instead of your emotions running what's going on, you use your mind, and you're like, okay, let me put the mask on myself first, so that I don't pass out, so then I can help. You have to fill your own cup first before you can fill someone else's cup, basically, is what I'm saying. So you're not being good when you are emptying yourself. You're putting yourself in a position where you can't do anything for anyone, when you spread yourself out too thin, and it took me years and years and years to understand that, because I like to look at myself as a good person or whatever. Like, I try to do the right thing or whatever, have integrity and have character or whatever. But, that's, it has put me it has put me in positions where it sucks, time and time again. I put myself in positions where I suffer as a result. And then these people end up in the same boat, like, you have to be realistic to yourself. It's like, did you really help them? One of the conclusions that I've come to is like, giving people money 9 times out of 10 does not really help them. Like, let's say someone has to pay their rent, they have to pay their phone bill or whatever it is, they need to pay their light bill or whatever, and you go and pay their light bill or their rent or their phone bill or whatever. And then the next month rolls around, and now they need their light bill, phone bill, or rent or whatever paid again. And it's like, did you really help them by paying their rent or their phone bill last month, when this month has come around and now they need it again? Like, helping them would be getting them to change what they do, like change their ways, or budgeting their money better, or maybe, having a different situation where either they make more money or they spend less money, so that they don't need your help as far as, asking you for money. So like I say, 9 times out of 10, giving someone money does not help them. Some words of encouragement will help them more, but that same person is less likely to listen to you when you're trying to actually help them, because they just want you to give them money, which isn't going to really help them. It just prolongs the inevitable. The results ends up being the same. What decisions did you make that led up to the situation where you needed to ask someone for money? What could you have done differently so that this doesn't happen again in the future? Let me read a couple more. It says, in 1966 is not as far away as many think. Sad to say, but plenty act as if what happened in the past was very little to do with society today. And they're like, let it go, let the past go. But then when we talk about the Holocaust, then they say never forget. So which one is it? Never forget or let it go. It depends on the circumstance, right? So then there goes your bias showing, because if a certain event, you can say never forget, and then another kind of event, you can tell them that they need to just let it go and stop bringing up the past. Oh man, let me get off of this, because I just got emotional. Let me see. I covered that. Let's do this one. It says, Frost, my colleague Representative Boebert said, the church is supposed to direct the government. The government is not supposed to direct the church. I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk being the Constitution and Bill of Rights, And I've been saying this on the show, and the guys have been beating me up, but I'm like, the Constitution, when this thing was written, their whole thing was to keep the church and state separated, because they wanted to be different from the monarchy. They wanted to create a better, more perfect union, if you will. And that was one of the basic ideas when they were drawing up the Constitution for the United States. But in recent times, we've noticed that religious beliefs have become more and more intertwined into the political discourse. So much so that you have the Supreme Court making decisions that, people are saying that, oh, it's the Constitution that they were going by. And I'm like, no, I'm saying that these decisions were driven by religious beliefs. And that's the big thing in the thing is the Roe versus Wade and the abortion argument or whatever. And people want to say that it's not religion, it's not religious beliefs that's driving this. And I'm saying that is absolutely not true. You're lying to yourself when it comes to that. And then you notice that if you really pay attention, more and more stuff is like the schools is another example. So they've been defunding the schools left and right, and they're driving the parents to put their kids in charter schools and private schools or whatever so that they can get a decent education, if you will. So but these tend to be religious schools. And then you have the funding. So the state funding that's getting diverted from the public schools is going to these private schools. So there goes another example of church and state becoming more and more intertwined when the founding fathers that was not their intention.
And this threat to democracy has made its way to Congress. I mean, my colleague, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, has said, quote, Christian nationalism is actually a good thing. It is an identity that Republicans need to embrace. And I am being attacked by the godless left because I said I'm a proud Christian nationalist, end quote. My colleague, Representative Lauren Boebert, said, quote, the church is supposed to direct the government. The government is not supposed to direct the church. I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk, end quote. Junk being the Constitution and Bill of Rights. The Bible itself in 2 Corinthians actually warns us against this. Paul warned against this. He warned us against people who would preach of a Christ that differs from the true Christ that we learn about in the Bible. That's exactly what Christian nationalism is doing. I condemn religious extremism everywhere, globally and domestically. We have to recognize the threat it poses to our most sacred freedoms and root it out everywhere. And I think it's incumbent, especially upon us as Christians, and me as a Christian, to be at the forefront of the fight to ensure that white nationalism and Christian nationalism doesn't see the light of day. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yeah, so it's scary times. It really is when you're seeing more of this intermingling of church and state. Meanwhile, people aren't even recognizing it as that. But that is exactly what they're doing. And, they're pretending that it's something else. There's a reason why they wanted to separate church and state, and there's a reason why this place was founded on the idea that people can worship in their own way, and that the state shouldn't dictate how people worship. And then you have now you're getting laws that are coming about that, are born out of people's specific religions. I don't know. I'm pissing everybody off today, huh? Hey, we talk about heavy, hard stuff over here. So if you're not comfortable with it, then go ahead and see yourself to the door. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, separation of church and state does not exist in CODIS. Deal with it. Another one that says, whose church? Another one that says, this dude, man, he's epic. Another one that says, what an incredible, articulate young man. He's spot on. Congress has a bright future with people like him. Just need more like-minded politicians from both parties. Now it's people like Charlie Kirk and TPUSA, Turning Point USA, along with the other hard-right millenary evangelicals and televangelists like Paula White, Joel Olson, Copeland Network, and Franklin Graham, who are influencing politics in America. These are the Christian nationalists who he is talking about What side is GOP MAGA Speaker nominee Representative Mike Johnson on regarding this issue? Reverend Billy Graham once said, the hard right has no interest in religion except to manipulate it. You know, and we have a powerful evangelical voting bloc here in the United States, and they have been very successful in recent years in getting what they want to get done. And so the thing is, like within the church, then they tell all of the congregation that they need to, like, they endorse certain politicians, and they're like, you know, if you you believe in God, you're a member of this church, then all of y'all should vote for this particular person or whatever. Let me see. Let's see some more tweet replies. It says, yeah, Bobert is a little backwards. Another one that says, Lauren is such a good church-going girl, and when she's in the pew, she's vaping and getting fondled by her date. I'm thinking she goes to church of the gooey death and discount house of worship. I can't even laugh at that because that's not even funny. Another one that says, did the church direct Bobert and her companion to diddle each other in the political public theater? Everybody wants to keep going to that. Like, yeah, if I don't know what they're talking about, there's a video that came out. Anyways, I'm not going to go into that. Hopefully y'all know what they're talking about. Another comment says, where in the Constitution does it say separation of church and state? I don't think it directly says that, but it's implicit though, you know, that they, the whole thing was they were coming out of they didn't want to be like the monarchy, and the monarchy was God decides, who is the leader. So it's like, the bloodline of certain individuals was the reason why that they would be king or queen or whatever, and they're anointed by God. And then the church gives the authority to, the king or the queen. And that's what they didn't want, and they also wanted a separation of powers so that it'd be less opportunity for corruption, so that each different part can check the other part to keep from any one of them getting too powerful, going too crazy. Another one that says, they always use God, the Bible, and the church to justify their heinous acts. It's the oldest trick in the white Christian nationalist playbook. Another one that says, they genuinely do not care about the Constitution. Scary. I don't think they care at all about the Constitution, man. We even have some people on the Supreme Court that don't care about the Constitution, I think. Let's read this one. Matthew 22:15. It says, then the Pharisees went out and laid plans to trap him in his words. They sent their disciples to him along with the Herodians. Teacher, they said, we know that you are a man of integrity and that you teach the way of God in accordance with the truth. You aren't swayed by others because you pay no attention to who they are. Tell us then, what is your opinion? Is it right to pay the imperial tax to Caesar or not? But Jesus, knowing their evil intent, said, you hypocrites, why are you trying to trap me? Show me the coin used for paying the tax. They brought him a denarius, and he asked them, whose image is this, and whose inscription? Caesar's, they replied. Then he said to them, so give it back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. Then they heard this, they were amazed, so they left him and went away. On our money, it says, in God we trust. I always think about that. And I'm thinking, like, in God we trust. So You know, who's God? What God? Are you guys calling the money God? Is the because people trust in the money, and that's what gives it its value. You know, in God we trust. And people, it seems like people worship money. You know, and the person that's not even a believer in God is an atheist. They still believe in money, and that's what gives the money its power. So it's like in God we trust. Do you believe in God as in the God, the creator of all, or are you talking about the power that's in money? I don't know. It's just something that I ponder. Let's see. The comments started going crazy. Let's go to something else. I wish Doc was here. We could talk about this. Doc is really good on religion and philosophy. Let's see. What is this one? Did I cover this already? The public tracks one catastrophe at a time, so we're failing to notice a guided missile targeted directly at a national sovereignty and individual rights. It's a top-tier emergency. If you're not aware of the purpose, WHO pandemic preparedness measures, it's time to catch up. Ooh, I gotta be careful with this. As the president of the Global Health Project, I cannot stress enough the importance of this video. It's probably one of the most important things you will watch. It explains the danger all our countries are in because of the WHO attempt at power grab. Do I want to cover this? I don't know what they're gonna say. I don't remember watching this.
We are here today because we are all concerned by the World Health Organization's strong pressure to extend its powers, its structural and its financial capacities with a permanent effect over the sovereignty of the countries and over the self-determination of the people.
I will initiate an independent evaluation at the earliest appropriate moment to review experience gained and lessons learned, and to make recommendations to improve national and global pandemic preparedness and response. But one thing is abundantly clear: the world must never be the same.
It is simply unthinkable that you would take an entity that had failed as badly as the WHO failed and award them any more powers. We are talking about global power over the citizens of the world. This organization, which has served us so poorly.
This is from the Health and Democracy Conference, 13th of September, 2023, in the European Parliament in Strasbourg. Now, Philip Krauss is one of the lawyers involved in the Citizens Initiative, challenging the European Parliament to reject the new international health regulations and the WHO pandemic treaty.
It was in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis that the WHO has initiated a reform process which will bring significant changes to all of us, that will concern every human being and every of the 194 member states on this planet.
In 2021, the World Health Organization and dozens of countries declared their intent to work together on a pandemic treaty affecting preparedness, response, and recovery.
Through a series of 307 amendments and a global pandemic treaty, the WHO seeks to gain authority over health decisions of UN member nations that could affect the rest of the world in the case of something like another COVID pandemic.
The WHO are introducing a pandemic treaty that will mean they'll be able to take your tax dollars without listening to your opinion or giving you the chance to vote on it. Is that democracy?
As you know, this morning, the 193 member states of the United Nations approved the political declaration on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response.
In May 2024, the 194 member states of the WHO will have their final vote on both of these international agreements. This process takes place behind closed doors. It is not reported nor discussed in our newspapers, in our national parliaments, in universities, nor in society. The WHO claims in these two legal instruments an absolute and non-questionable leadership in all health matters as soon as WHO refers itself to pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response.
They're talking about here health products, vaccines, medical devices, personal protective equipment, diagnostics, assistive products, I'm not quite sure what that is, cell and gene-based therapies and their components, materials, or parts. Cell and gene-based therapies, health products including vaccines, medical devices. It really sounds really quite terrifying that the WHO would have total power over imposing these on us.
They want to give themselves surveillance power, determine treatments, vaccine mandates, vaccine distribution, vaccine intellectual property and profits, and they want to redistribute basically everything in the name of pandemics.
How is the declaration, the pandemic declaration approved today, how is it binding?
And if we look through other parts of the treaty, we can see here that this is what they've done quite often. Here, all they've done is simply cross out non-binding. So instead of used to mean non-binding advice, now it means binding advice.
This is why this political declaration, as Dr. Tedros said, is historic and very important for the ongoing negotiation in Geneva, who will be binding to member states when they agree on the final text by May 24.
WHO will have the right to not only declare recommendations made by several experts, but also to impose on the people of this planet, or only to a certain region, all kinds of restrictions, access restrictions, lockdowns, surveillance, and experimental treatments.
And we just look through it. So, for example, here they've crossed out this part, with full respect for the dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms of persons. Why on earth would you have a WHO treaty where you take out a clause that says the implementation of these regulations shall be with the full respect for the dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedoms of persons? Why would you cross that out?
Man, this, I ain't gonna lie, this is scary stuff. Yeah, so if they were to give recommendations and, you know, different countries and city states can, you know, make a decision to follow their recommendations or not, that is one thing. But if they are in a position where they can dictate these things to these different nations and city states, and, you know, so then what would be the teeth though? How could they hold people accountable? That would be a question I would have, you know. The more I think about it, it's like, you know, maybe it's just words and it's just like not really that scary, because they would need like military, you know, they would need some kind of threat of violence to force people to do things or whatever, because definitely it's going to be people, countries, city states that's not going to want to follow these recommendations or whatever. So, you know, but then you think about economics. So if it's all tied in together, so like, I want to be careful how I say this, because when people say the New World Order or whatever, then that's something that can get you in trouble. But it's like when you talk about the IMF, the IMF and the World Bank or whatever. So then if you think about pillars of control, then you would have, if you got to the point where you had the WHO, IMF, and the World Bank, and then you had like a military branch that was involved in that, like maybe the UN, not the UN, maybe it could be like NATO or something. I'm not sure, but a military branch, someone who could threat of violence. So you can take their money away and threaten them with, you know, sanctions, or make it so where they can't spend their money or whatever through using the IMF or the World Bank. And then you have the WHO telling them how they can, that force them to use experimental drugs and stuff like that, and tell them that they have to do lockdowns or whatever. And then you have a military branch that can be like, okay, now you didn't do this stuff that the IMF said and the stuff the WHO said, and then we're gonna come in and we're gonna freaking rip your shit to shreds, And then now that all together would be something that would be scary, as far as like, where would the sovereignty be of different nations? Where would the freedom actually be? When people talk about the scariness related to communism or whatever, then that would be like that. It would be like authoritarian communism, global, that tells everyone that they have to follow certain rules or whatever. And if not, then they're going to be held accountable. I don't know. It's me just thinking.
We have never before in history, in 5,000 years of recorded human history, we've never seen this level of authority given to an international global body.
Those supporting this authority for the WHO, such as top advisor Dr. Abdullah Asiri, say it's necessary to protect the world's population, even if it means restricting some of their liberties.
So, but then that's what's scary right there to me, because I know that a lot of these people don't really care. They're talking about protecting the world's population. Like, since when do these people really care about protecting the world's population? Because if they did, then they would intervene in stuff that's going on, like in the DRC, the stuff that's going on in Yemen, the stuff that's going on in Palestine right now, because we're talking about health pandemics or whatever, killing people. But what about, rifles and bombs and missiles?
However, requires a different level of legal mandates, such as the pandemic treaty, to navigate through a particular pandemic, should one occur, and it will. Prioritizing actions that may restrict individual liberties, mandating and sharing of information, knowledge and resources, and pandemic control efforts are all necessary during a pandemic.
It shall be granted the power of a massive self-authorization whenever it claims to act under this purpose. Animals' health, ecosystem, concerns about the level of CO2, and of course human health can give rise to permanent measures and even to a public health emergency, to a pandemic called out and declared by the WHO.
We're in danger of forgetting how important this is, and we need to recommit to pandemic preparedness, because we will not forget. We will learn the lessons, and we will move forward with an accord. We will move forward with pandemic preparedness. We will improve surveillance systems. We will take a One Health approach and manage the ecosystem we inhabit this planet. We inhabit this planet with the animals, with the plants, and we're putting this planet under pressure, both in terms of climate and in terms of the ecosystem.
There is no mechanism foreseen that will allow the people or the member states to challenge the assessment of WHO, whether it is the WHO's assessment about a public health emergency, or their assessment with respect to certain measures, or when it comes to the imposing of a regime for what they call vaccination, as experimental as it might be. There will be simply no stop button for none of the member states, and not, of course not, for us, the citizens.
And top back.
And I can't disagree that like pandemic preparedness is something that needs to be focused on or whatever. And we do need to take a global approach to a lot of these things. But at the same time, each country or city state needs to make their priorities and make their decisions on how they want to do that. And they can have the WHO give them recommendations, but if it's to the point where the WHO is telling them and dictating to them on what they're going to do, who's to say that they're right? What if they're wrong, and they give them bad information or bad advice or bad recommendations or whatever, And I think that, like I say,
they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that now, are they? They're going to tell us all the right things and right ways to do it. I mean, just look, we've already got experience. They want what's best for us, right?
Right. I mean, who's to say? I mean, that's
Sorry,
that's
I choked a little on that.
that's definitely hard to say. But like I say,
You're batting 1,000 so far.
giving a guideline, a preparedness guideline, that makes sense, but like enforcing it in, that sounds kind of, a little over the top.
Bottom line is, they are an advisory board and organization. They are not a world enforcement agency or dictatorship. They don't have any legal authority to dictate to any country anything. Yet, listen to them. They think they do. Now, like you're saying, recommendations, how to do it, the best ways, advisory, all kinds of stuff. But they can't just walk it. That's like the UN. Technically, the UN does not have authority. I mean, matter of fact, U.S. military people are now allowed to refuse assignments to UN forces because under the fact that it would cause them to necessarily fall under the orders of a non-American, a non-United States commander. And that is technically a violation of their oath of service.
Treason.
Yeah, not as far as treason, but a violation. It's only treason if it goes so far as they act against American interests.
Let me play some others.
United Nations move do say speed is of the essence.
And I wish to stress, from our perspective, the quicker we can come together, the sooner we will all be safe.
Some in Congress oppose this move to further empower the WHO. They've proposed legislation that would deem it a treaty. The treaty would require Senate approval.
I've read the treaty. I'm concerned about it. Article 4 pays lip service to sovereignty. You're pushing for it. Next year is probably when it may get adopted. Will it be sent to the Senate for ratification? Or are you planning on using the executive agreement, which I think is a terrible way to do things?
It is.
I'm tripping off the fact that guy's name is Mr. Smith. I think about the Matrix, and I also think about like a spy versus spy type stuff, like fake names or whatever. Like Mr. Smith is so generic,
Dude, whatever I think of that, I think of the white agent and the black agent, and the black agent is Mr. White, and the white agent is Mr. Black.
Yeah, exactly. Let's play some more.
A matter and a duty for all citizens now to impose the pressure towards their public representatives, political representatives, to make sure that the politicians, the political representatives, understand that they go on beyond of their entrusted vote they can use.
If you don't want it, contact your politicians and they can stop this.
Yeah. Overall, this might just be a bit of like scare tactic type of deal or whatever, because how powerful could the World HO actually be? Like, and like I say, what authority, like what teeth would they have? How would they force anything? Like whenever they give recommendations and they say you have to do it or whatever, and if you don't, then what would they do as a result?
International travel bans to your country. Boom, fuck your economy right there. International travel bans would also mean travel cannot proceed through the United States. Meaning, if you're going, say, somewhere and you've got a layover in the U.S., you can't lay over in the U.S. anymore because it's travel ban. You have to lay over in Canada or Mexico. That's the first line. Yeah, this is, everyone says, oh, they're not trying to start a world government. They're not trying to start a world government. Well, when you give an agency like that power over the world, that by definition has become a world government. They have authority over the world. That is a one world government. Foot in the door, man.
And that's what I was saying earlier. If you add the IMF and World Bank together, and then if you added some kind of military branch with it, that would
Like,
be it.
say, the United Nations Peacekeeping Force. It's there. All the pieces are there, man. They've been building it since the 80s.
Let me read this. It says, exit the WHO is the right thing to do. The World Council for Health is calling for all nations to reject the proposed amendments to the international health regulations and to immediately exit the WHO. Another comment.
I don't necessarily agree with ignoring all their regulations and stuff like that. I mean, but I do absolutely 100% oppose allowing them sovereignty in any decision that involves the United States. They cannot or should not be able to say, United States or even Canada, you can't do that, or you have to do it this way. You have no choice, or we are going to assert our authority.
Let me read this one. It says, humans really are not that good at multitasking, and those in charge know this. Another one, it says, what the WHO is quietly trying to pass is very informative of the direction, the extent they are going. It's probably safe to generalize at this point that we're going to have hell on earth if we somehow don't stop this. Short term is relatively simple and even organic. Long term, we're dealing with the corruptible human nature, or in other words, there's an endless supply of scum in this world, and the behavior is acutely contagious.
I mean, they've already proven that they're more than willing to obfuscate the origins of particular bad things to, for whatever the purposes were. I mean, we watched that happen. I mean, they've already proved themselves less than, I'm not going to say untrustworthy, but I'll definitely say less than 100% trustworthy. I mean, they've got the batting score, I would say, of a good politician so far.
Let me read this one. It says, what happened if some country would sign the treaty, but upon some BS power grab, it wouldn't grovel and snivel, declining to give its sovereign power away? Would it be sued, denied medical equipment, politically isolated, armies of other countries coming in to ensure safety? That's kind of the question I was having.
Yeah, my first response to that was, take your tourism money, isolate you. Oh, well, they're an unclean country. Them American lepers.
I'm gonna read this one. It says, they can sign whatever they want, doesn't make it legal. As soon as another president is in office, we can walk away, as we did with the Paris Accord. The U.S. will never be part of the WHO for two reasons. The treaty clause of the United States Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2, establishes the procedure for ratifying international agreements. It empowers the president as the primary negotiator of agreements between the United States and other countries, and holds that the advice and consent of 2/3 supermajority of the Senate renders a treaty binding with the force of federal law. The U.S. Constitution is supreme law of the land, and any statute to be valid must be an agreement. It is impossible for a law which violates the Constitution to be valid. Okay. I think I'm gonna move on. I want to get to this really graceful video. Let's check this out. It says, satellite pictures revealing neighborhoods in northern Gaza in ruins after Israel airstrikes. Yeah, these pictures are pretty stark. It's like before and after satellite pictures. Israel said they was gonna freaking flatten him, and they did it. Oh yeah, I wanted to cover this right here. It says, um, Russia tests massive retaliatory nuclear strike. Russia says to have successfully tested its ability to deliver a massive retaliatory nuclear strike by land, sea, and air. The test launch of missiles was from a land-based silo nuclear submarine and from long-range bomber aircraft. Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu called it a rehearsal for massive nuclear strike in response to an aggressor's nuclear attack. So yeah, this has been gaining steam, but you know they do these kinds of tests like this all the time, and it's just the timing of it, you know, made it catch the news and kind of go viral. Let me see. Do they talk about it in this?
They do this about every 5-6 years.
Yeah. That's what I mean. But it happened now, and people are looking at it as like, you know, because of the escalations in Palestine, you know, they're looking at it in a different way.
Part of a successful rehearsal.
They did it right after there was one that Russia did right after the fall of the USSR. They did it again right after they invaded Georgia. Actually, they've done it after each invasion that they've done. I mean, basically, it's like, hey, we're Russia. We can do this. You know, we don't want a Cold War, but we want you to know that shit can still happen.
Yeah, it can get hot if you want it. So you don't want it because it will get hot.
So to me, this is like at a football game. You're watching the fans in the opposing stadium jump up and jeer at you. Yeah, we got you, man. We got you. It's patriotic drum beating.
Let me play some of this.
Puff up. They like that.
Russia says these missile launches are part of a successful rehearsal for a massive retaliatory nuclear strike. That's how Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu characterized it to President Vladimir Putin in footage aired on Russian state TV. It's a show of force that coincides with Moscow moving quickly to revoke its ratification of a treaty banning nuclear tests. A de-ratification bill unanimously passed Russia's upper house of parliament on Wednesday. Putin will have the final sign-off. Russia has the world's largest nuclear arsenal and currently sees itself in an existential standoff with the West over Ukraine. Moscow says revoking the treaty's ratification will line it up with Washington's stance. The U.S. signed, but has never ratified the same document. If the United States continues to take no steps to fulfill its obligations, then this agreement will remain a sham. Upper House Speaker Valentina Matvienko told lawmakers. While the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty has never formally come into force, it has made nuclear testing taboo. Russia carries out exercises to test its so-called nuclear triad from time to time. The U.S. also carries out regular drills. Arms control experts say a test by either side could spark a new arms race and trigger more tests from other countries. Moscow says it has no plans to start testing unless Washington does it first.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of people were grabbing on to this and trying to make it into something more than it is, but you do have to think about optics and timing sometimes. Let me read some tweet replies. It says, the American people do not hate you. Many of us agree with some of your views on things. It is our war-obsessed and corrupt government that is the problem. They are doing this, not Americans. Please consider that when targeting your nukes. Thank you. That's an interesting comment. I mean, you know, I think people have to realize, you know, that a government of a people is not necessarily their people. And like I like to say, like, do you feel like Biden represents you? If I ask someone right now, and a lot of them would say no. Well, to the rest of the world, Biden represents you because he is your president. So, like, you know, if somebody has a problem with, you know, the government of the United States, and then they want to attack American citizens, and then people are like, that's not fair. But then people got to look at it the other way around when they look at Russia or wherever, Palestine, for example. Their government doesn't necessarily, you know, line up with their people or whatever. Like you want to hold their government accountable, but you can't attack their people. It's not necessarily the same. They don't necessarily align with each other, basically, is what I'm trying to say. It's hard for people, like when they look at themselves in their own country and their own government, they understand that. But when they look at another country, then they don't really get that. I read another one. It says, observe how quickly U.S. dived into Israel-Palestine conflict with warships, etc., but did not do so in Russia-Ukraine conflict. That's because of nuclear capability. U.S. respects only atomic powers, nothing less than that. North Korea kept U.S. at bay this way alone. And that's a very important comment right there, because people want to talk shit about North Korea or whatever, but the United States would have went in there and got rid of Kim Jong-un years and years ago if it wasn't for the fact that they have nuclear capabilities. And
No,
then
the reason America didn't send warships and stuff like that is because that would have been seen as an aggressive action. It would have violated the agreements that we have, because Ukraine is not one of the NATO nations. And if we had moved warships to support them, that would have been supporting them as in a potential act of war against Russia.
Exactly.
And that we're not going to do. We have treaties with Israel which call for mutual defense treaties. We don't have one with Ukraine. So that's the big difference there. We have treaties that call, actually, we have to respond by sending ships. Even if all they do is sit out there, don't do anything, don't engage. If they say, hey, you know, we need a show of your support, we have to go over there. In Ukraine, if they say, hey, show us your support, then that is us directly showing support for Ukraine against Russia in a military capacity instead of an economic capacity. So that would definitely be a problem.
what was the country? It wasn't that long ago. It was a country that we negotiated with them to dismantle their nuclear capabilities, and they did that. And then as soon as they had no longer had nuclear capabilities, we went in there and freaking took over their country. I can't think of which country it was right now. But yeah, having nuclear capabilities is a deterrent. You know, that's the thing that is respected. That is what'll keep, you know, the United States from going in there and fucking up your shit, you know? So it sucks that it has to be that, you know, but it is what it is. So.
And see, another thing you got to weigh in too is the fact that it's not just that North Korea's got nukes; they're crazy. They're crazy enough to use them. That's another thing you have to weigh in there. Whether they're a nuclear nation or for us to do something is whether or not the leader is actually insane enough to push the button.
Yeah.
See, that's what everyone was afraid about 45 was, hey man, he might actually push the button. But the funny thing is, he never would though, because the one thing most people forgot about 45 is he's a businessman that understands one thing: you can't make money off of a ruined nation.
Yeah. Let me read a couple more replies. It says, now you understand why USA talks about laser defense systems that could take down any kind of missiles, including ICBMs and hypersonic ones. Apparently, they brought such a system near by Israel. Another comment, it says, so we're back in a nuclear arms race again. Another one, the United States and NATO have sent over $250 billion worth of weapons and armed vehicles to Ukraine, not far from the Russian border. The U.S. Navy has deployed 2 aircraft carriers and a fleet of destroyers off the coast of Lebanon. This isn't that far from the Black Sea. I can't say I blame the Russian Federation for displaying their nuclear capabilities. Yeah, basically, like, you don't want it. You don't want it, son.
Oh, absolutely, dude. No, I'm telling you, this strike carrier group that we have near in the sea near Israel is easily within range for Russia too. I mean, they've got some good distance on those, and if you really look at the map, it's not that far away.
That's interesting. I didn't think about it from that point of view. Let me read some more comment replies. It says, we don't need this. Let's all just be friends on our planet. Another one says, my guess is you'll see a similar U.S. test within 24 hours. Another one.
2-3 weeks.
Another comment, it says, yeah, because it takes a while. I was reading about that and like how long it takes to set up these tests. Like, it's not something you could just throw together.
Well, the main thing is they've got to get an opening within all the commercial flights and everything to make sure nothing crosses. You don't want missiles flying around in commercial flight paths and stuff.
Yeah. I'll read a couple more. It says, Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu called it a rehearsal for a massive nuclear strike in response to an aggressor's nuclear attack. Another one, it says, I'm sure it was just a routine launch and nothing to do with impending World War III. Another one, it says, Russia has rehearsed its ability to deliver a massive nuclear strike, the Kremlin says. It comes as Russia's parliament backed the withdrawal of Moscow's ratification of a global treaty that bans all physical testing of nuclear warheads. Russia and the United States, conduct regular nuclear readiness simulations. Moscow has traditionally held its own towards the end of October. So yeah, that's what I was saying too. It's like, people are trying to make it seem like it, it's more than what it is. It's just a thing that they do commonly. This is not like a reaction to the present political situations that's going on. But that's the reason why it went viral, because people saw it that way, because of the timing of it.
I like what that Herb Powell guy was saying.
Wait, something I didn't read? Hold on, I'll go back. What was it?
It's the one with Zeus flexing. Further down. A little bit further, I believe. I saw it a minute ago. Basically, it says what everyone is seeing is bombs, and here it is, bombs and fire. What I see is flexing muscles.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I said, just he's a lot prettier.
Yeah. My dick's bigger looking ass.
I won't even say it that. I won't even say it's a dick measuring contest, because they're not really measuring. They're just beating their chest.
Mm-hmm. Check this out.
Let's get some shots. Yeah, kind of stuff. Woohoo!
Check this out. It says, this is insane. A woman is given a fine by the British police for a crime of praying silently in her head on the street. Talk about, let's see.
Are you here as part of an organised protest? No.
You're not. Are you part of a pro-life organisation or pro-choice organisation?
I am, but I'm not here in that capacity.
Okay. Are you protesting?
No.
Are you here to pray for the lives of unborn children?
It's a little bit leading, but no, I'm not.
Okay. Can your actions be carried out elsewhere?
I can pray elsewhere, but I want to pray here today.
Right. Why have you chosen the location here to stand?
You know, this is an abortion centre that I'm standing outside of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a public space protection order in place here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you aware that you're breaching the public protection order?
I'm not, no.
Will you move from here to outside the exclusion zone?
I don't believe I need to.
Okay. If not, why are you not willing to move outside of the exclusion zone?
Because I don't believe I need to. I believe I've got a right to be here.
Okay. Right. If you believe that you're present to protest in any form, obviously we're going to need to issue with a fixed penalty notice.
Sorry, can you explain that again?
Yes. If you believe that you're present to protect in any form.
If I believe what? Sorry.
If you believe that you are present to protest.
No, I'm not here to protest. No.
Right. Well, you're in the PSPO. You're breaching it.
I'm in the zone.
Yes,
but I'm not protesting.
Yes, so you're going to be given a fixed penalty notice today. Okay. That'll be given to you with the offence and penalty apply with the public space protection order under the Antisocial Behaviour Crime of Policing Act 2014. And my colleague's going to issue with the ticket.
Just to make it clear, I'm not protesting. Okay.
But you know you can't be here. I'll just point out the PSPO. I think you've seen that before.
I know there's a zone here, but I'm not protesting within the zone. I'm just silently praying.
What's your date of birth, Isabel?
So she's outside of a abortion clinic and she's praying. So then they gave her a citation.
Yes. So literally, she's out there protesting, but she's just saying she's not because she has to pray there. She can't pray a half a block over. It has to be there. But she's not protesting, but it has to be done right there, even though it can be done somewhere else by her own admission. So yeah, that's quiet protest. I mean, she is actually doing what she says she's not doing.
Yeah.
Because I disagree with them giving her a fine and stuff like that, it is not our country. They have a law that you can't protest in that area, so she deserves to take it.
Yeah. They definitely this post definitely made it sound more than what it is. What was the headline again? It says, "This is insane. The woman is given a fine by British police for the crime of praying silently in her head on the street." But that's leaving out critical information that she's outside of a abortion clinic where they have posted signs that say you can't, protest in this area.
I think that the police are handling it very nicely too. I mean, they're literally reading from the script going, look, we have to go through this. And by her own admission, technically not by her own admission, but by her own admission, she's there praying for the kids because she says, do you know what's in this thing behind me? That made it her reason to be there, and the silent prayer, Now here's another question. Was she there for 10 minutes or was she there for 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah.
If she wants to go in there, stop, drop a prayer for a couple of minutes and then carry on, I don't see there to be an issue.
Yeah, but it had to be longer than that, or otherwise the police wouldn't be over there.
Right, because police don't like dealing with this crap either. I mean, but someone called them because
That's what I was
she
about to
was
say.
standing around and she was making the people that work in there or going in and out of there
Feel uncomfortable.
Feel uncomfortable. And I understand that. The reason they want a protest zone there is because people going to do that, it's a horrible, horrible decision.
And they don't want
these people
attention.
calling them names and being judged by other people for a decision that they have no part in and is so wrecking to people is like, I've always had problems of that, and people, you know, going in and out of clinics being called murderers and baby killers and whores and sluts and stuff like that. I mean,
And you don't know anything about what the situation is. It could be a medical condition that that person is having, and that, you know, they need to do this or otherwise they would die.
I mean, you know, a lot of times it's not, but you know, the idea of protection for people is kind of like, you know, putting people in jail. You put people in jail because they can't not hurt other people. You know, so I just,
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where in the last 20 years it became okay to go from just being snippy, snarky, and sarcastic to being an outright dick to people.
Yeah. So let's do some tweet replies. The first one is this one. It says, "But no fine for this." And in the video, you can see people, Muslims praying. It looks like a pro-Palestine type of deal. And but
Yeah,
you know, I'm willing to
definitely.
bet it's not in an area where it says no protesting or whatever. I'm willing to bet it's not outside of abortion clinic or whatever. So the circumstances are different, you know, but
See, I
automatically
say
people
leave
are
the,
going to,
I say leave the abortion clinics alone and protest the Congress people or the state Congress that allows them to be open. That's
yeah,
what you should do. You're not going to close the clinics down when they've got a legal right to be open and when people, you know, are going to take advantage of their services. You want to protest, if you want to protest, go sit outside of Congress, go sit outside the campaign office of the politician that allowed it to be open.
yeah,
That's how you protest properly. You don't, that's like protesting that's like protesting McDonald's, and instead of going to their corporate headquarters, picking a random location somewhere that's owned by a franchise owner.
yeah,
It's like those people have no power. That manager has no power, and even the guy, the franchise owner, really has no power. Why are you
yeah,
protesting me? Protest the corporate.
yeah. I'll read a couple more tweet replies. It says, "This says everything that's wrong with Britain's so-called police." Another comment, it says, "Why would anyone answer these questions?" Another one, it says, "Pay the penalty and comply, request the names and badge numbers, report the situation to authorities and or take legal action. After winning the case, which she will, request compensation for discrimination and for the police officers to be penalized if they are found guilty. This is the kind of injustice that people should not tolerate or back down." But this person is clearly not aware of,
I'm
you
guessing
know,
they live in the U.S.
probably. They said that she's gonna win. He said, "Report the situation." No, he says, "After winning the case, which they will." No, they won't. It's posted that you can't.
Yeah, not in England they won't. Here they would, because here they wouldn't be. The law would challenge. First of all, would challenge the signs saying that you can't protest here. That would be thrown out under freedom of speech, and since that was thrown out, then the police no longer have the ability to question or stop you on that, making that an illegal fine, an illegal interaction.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on from this because this is just a bunch of something to get people emotional, and they don't even know.
Kind of one. There's three people that look at that. There's that one guy going, damn the police. There's another one going, yeah, lots of get what they deserve. And then there's a side like I'm trying to do, and it's like, look, this is the reasoning going on behind it, whether either side agrees or not. That's, this is one of those low end ones. I've been finding myself more and more in the trying to understand both sides of the story than I am trying to take a side on a lot of things nowadays.
Yep. People don't have the patience or the time to really try to look at it,
Or they want to make big change and they want to make it now, but they don't give a damn about who gets hurt or how much money it's going to cost or how to make it actually work other than just throwing money at it and forcing people. I remember that. I was 9.
Yeah, it says, who would have thought that the politician who built his career on the segregation and criminalization of one people would support the segregation and criminalization of another? Feel totally blindsided here. So, and then it has a newspaper article clipping here. In 1977, Biden said integrating Black students would turn schools into a jungle, a racial jungle. I don't want my children to grow up in a jungle or racial jungle. Joe Biden. May 23rd, 2020.
The funny thing is, most people don't realize, but Spike Lee named one of his movies as a slapback at that comment right there.
Which movie?
Think about it. Jungle Fever.
Oh, Jungle Fever. Okay.
About an interracial couple back, when people were still like, I don't know about that.
This one, it says, U.S. propaganda has always been clever with words. At the end of World War II, U.S. had concentration camps where they killed about 1.5 million Germans. How did Eisenhower circumvent Geneva Conventions? U.S. simply relabeled prisoners of war as disarmed enemy forces. This nonsensical term was used to justify horrendous atrocities and cruelty. Yeah, they like to play with the words all the time. Let me see. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go into the meat of what I want to. Biden looks so old in this clip right here. I don't know if you saw this one because they've been on this heavy, but it says, let's read it. It says, mask fully off. War crimes are cool when we do them, our allies, but remember Putin is a thug. You can't unsee this. Question, are Israelis operating within the rules of war that you talked about being so important, President Joe Biden? So, and then he's like, when they asked him, he kind of like paused, and then he was like, no further questions or something like that. But he looked so old and stiff.
Are the Israelis operating within the rules of war that you talked about last week being so important?
Good talking to you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Are the Israelis
hold
operating
on.
within the rules of war that you talked
Can you show the other picture of him from the newspaper clip
that I just played a minute ago?
Was that from the newspaper clip from up there, the racial jungle comment?
Damn it. I'm pressing too many freaking buttons. Yes, I can do it. Give me 1 second.
Because I'm starting to see something that does not look right to me about Biden.
Well, that clip, he looked stiff and like looked really old and kind of disoriented. When I saw the clip, that's all I was thinking about. I was like, God, this guy's going to run for another term?
I'm actually looking at something else. I've been seeing a whole lot of crime shows and stuff like that, and looking at genetic features and things and because, okay, take a look at his ears right there. You see the lobes, how they're high lobes and stuff like that, disconnected disconnected from his head. Now take a look at the new pictures of it. They're attached on the bottom.
Well, I mean, that could be a result of some kind of surgery.
No, you don't attach earlobes.
That you talked about last week being
to people.
I don't know, some kind of plastic surgery, some kind of facelift or something.
Even a facelift wouldn't show the, well, I guess they would show the scars behind the earlobe or something like that, but that's not, I'm looking at, see the ears.
But it's just one ear too. Look at his ear, his left ear is hanging. The right one looks like it's attached.
I'm looking at it. That's the picture. That's the side that we have in the other picture that we can see most. And there's a high earlobe. That one's pulled down and smacked to the side of his head instead of hanging off of it a little bit. But also, if you look right there in front of it, it looks like that could be a tuck. Like you were saying, that could be a tuck from surgery.
Yeah, some kind of facelift. And
there's been a lot of rumor of body doubles and stuff and masks going on lately. And I'm just starting to notice the difference between then and now pictures. And I'm starting to notice the difference between some of the early campaign pictures and now. And it's starting to look, that's a high lobe, man. The other one's like pulled way down.
Yeah. I just think that, I mean, I'm sure he's had a bunch of freaking facial surgery since this picture right here.
You got to understand, you are also very, very big on explaining away rather than asking.
Yeah.
And like I said, this is something I've been noticing. It was brought to my attention, and now it's got my attention. And I'm not wanting to hand wave dismiss it like that easily. You know, it's just something that, I mean, as we go on, we see more pictures up and down and stuff. Well, I just want to keep eyes on, because I'm not saying it's a bad thing and stuff like that. I'm just saying, you know, what's going on some of these. I'm curious. It's got my curiosity piqued.
Yeah, to me, it just looks really old and really disoriented and real stiff.
Operating within the rules of war that you talked about last week being so important.
Good talking to you.
Thanks, everybody.
Even his voice is all raspy and like, he sounds like a really old dude. And that's all I'm thinking about is like, this dude's going to run for another term and be in there for another 4 years. Like, yeah, I don't know.
No, they only need to keep him in 2, remember. Because after 2 years, this chick blew things up. Harris screwed up big time. Because I really think that they were moving to bring her in after 2 years and then get her two more full terms afterwards. I'm going to be highly, highly surprised. I would not be surprised if there's a last-minute change of ballot that drops Kamala from Joe's ticket and puts someone else there.
Yeah.
And if that happens, I will drop $100 right down on the table saying that somewhere right after 2 years, something's going to happen and the vice president's going to become the president.
Yeah. I don't know that has ever, is there any precedent for that? I mean,
absolutely. That's
before the election, they could change who.
Before.
Yeah.
They've swapped up and stuff. They've swapped up. I mean, look at that. They were talking about someone else on the ballot, and all of a sudden Kamala, who no one had heard from since she pissed off everyone in the debates, calling everybody racists and rapists and horrible people and showing how everyone hated, she was just totally on the whole racial kick and everything, and then comes back and it's like, oh yes, and let me bring Mrs. Kamala Checkmark for the vice president.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
is there a precedent of, like, the previous vice president and president combo going for re-election, and then they change out who the VP is? Is there a precedent for that? Because what you're talking about, it wasn't declared anyways, and I'm talking about once it's already cemented, they're in there, they're in office, and now they're running for office again, and then they decide to switch out who's the VP. Is there a
oh yeah,
precedent for
it is absolutely allowed. Let's see.
that? Anyways, let me read this. It says Blinken asked Qatar.
Thomas Jefferson was one of them, but if I remember back then, second place, no matter the party got it. Roosevelt had 3 terms. The last one that had 3 terms, he had 3 different vice presidents.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to pull up. I think there's another couple. I think there's another 1 or 2. I can't remember in more modern times, but I can't. I'd have to actually do research on that.
Let me read this. It says Blinken asked Qatar to tone down the rhetoric of Al Jazeera. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken asked the Qatari Prime Minister to influence the Qatari television company Al Jazeera so that it softens the rhetoric about the Palestinian-Israel conflict, reports Axios. According to the American portal, during his visit to Doha on October 13th, Blinken pointed out the need to reduce the volume of reporting because it was allegedly filled with anti-Israel incitement. And how could one country tell another country what to do with their newspaper? Like, and the country's going to tell the country, the newspaper to do whatever as influence from another country. And then, I think that they just don't like a lot of the reporting that's been coming out with Al Jazeera. And last night I was talking about them striking the home of this guy from Al Jazeera, killing his whole damn family. And I think it was because of retaliation from the reporting that he had done. That's crazy. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, nothing to see here. Another one, it says, they're losing information warfare. They should ask their propaganda media outlet to tone down the hate and lies which they spread. Another one, then this happens. Coincidence? I think not. Video showing Al Jazeera journalists see his dead family in hospital following Israel airstrike. This is what I was talking about. What is? Oh no, I can't show that. Oh, I can't show that. Anyways, it happened. Let me read some more tweet replies. It says, this is absolutely true. As you can see, nobody seems to care about the important issues that they're in their own town or at their own home in their own community. But yet, hold on, you push out something over the news, a bunch of propaganda about something happening nowhere near you that has nothing to do with you. And now people are marching, holding signs, find energy, find money to get things done, but yet their own house is a mess. Comprehend that, and you'll have comprehended the intelligent warfare that we see now, the psychological propaganda mind control machine that uses your energy to be a slave to the system that does not serve you. Wow, talk about a run-on sentence. I could barely read that. Damn it, I'm pressing too many buttons. Forgive me, y'all. I'm doing too much. You know what? Let's go on to the meat. Let's go on to what I really want to cover. This is what I really want to cover here. Boom. So really graceful. She put together a nice little bit of, she did a very nice job with this. So this one, it says, Am I sharing? It says, the most important lessons Americans were never taught in school. So the caption, it says, an overview of important lessons Americans were never taught in government, school, or college, and seldom taught by others unless they're actively seeking this info. This is compiled video of my older videos, partnered with the new and relevant clips for added context and understanding. So yeah. I want to read a couple of comments before I go into her video. These are comments underneath her video. It says, about 5 years ago, my aunt was a substitute teacher at a Wisconsin public high school. One day she was teaching a history class and she decided to do a class on the U.S. Constitution. After the principal found out, she was told in no uncertain terms that she was not allowed to teach her students about the Constitution. It's most young Americans have no clue about U.S. history, world history, geography, etc. I've seen videos of college kids who cannot name more than 1 or 2 countries and can't even find USA on the world map. Many high school graduates are functionally illiterate. This is all being done on purpose, of course. Thanks, Mr. Rockefeller. Yeah, man. You know, and I've been, because I know geography, the geography was neglected in my education. So I actively focus on learning more about geography. I look at maps all the time. I love maps. And yeah, so I really think it's true. Like if you ask someone to name some other countries, I think that they would have a hard time. They maybe could name a couple of countries in Europe. Maybe they could name Australia, Canada, Mexico. I'm talking about United States, like citizens. Mexico, Canada, United States. They could probably name some European countries, Australia, and that's about it. Ask them to name more than 2 countries in Africa, they're going to be stumped. Ask them to name some Western European countries, they're not going to be able to do it. You know, they really, really sad. Let me read this one. It says, the last few years have proven that most people have the brain capacity of a gnat and will take medical advice from actors and politicians. See, that's not really fair. I don't think that, you know, it's that people have a lowered brain capacity. It's that they have been programmed, you know, manipulated and given misconstrued information. They haven't been educated. They've been misguided. They have the capacity. It's just that they, you know, it's not being used. Read another one. It says, just when we needed to hear most, she's back. Grace is back with another banger, and we're all super grateful. Another one, it says, another masterpiece. Thank you. And remember, if voting worked, they wouldn't let us do it. Another comment, it says, in Australia, we were taught basically nothing of any world issues, and especially not the truth. Thank you for these videos. So appreciative. Another comment, it says, it's good to see that you are addressing this topic. Most people don't have a clue that our original Constitution was effectively abrogated in 1871, and all laws passed since that time have not been law. A law must be constitutional, and all laws passed since that time have actually been legalities. Black's law is admiralty. Why can't I say this? Law of the sea. And our original Constitution is about common law. All legalities that have been passed by the illegitimate system of governance must be nullified, and we must get America back under our Constitution. Another comment, it says, I am a Syrian Arab, and I thank you very much, madam, for raising the issue of Palestine and the stolen Syrian Golan, and for explaining history in a correct and understandable way. Thank you again, and greetings to you from the Syrian Arabic Republic. Another comment, it says, if you aren't careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Malcolm X quote. Another comment, it says, Grace, I know I leave salty comments. I'm Scottish after all, but I want to thank you for running one of the very best channels on YouTube. God bless you and your family. You're definitely on the winning team. I think she does really good work. And I don't agree with her all the time. Like, honestly, we're on opposite sides of the political spectrum, I would say, me and Grace. But at the same time, she does really good research on topics, and sometimes she gets out there in the speculation area, the even conspiracy theory kind of area sometimes, you know but still, it's just to make you think. It's not like she's saying this is what it is or whatever, but it's just like something to think about. But I really appreciate how she goes at things, and even like her political convictions may differ from the information that she has come to conclude, but she still presents the information from the conclusions of her research. Very commendable and respectable. Okay, let's play some of this.
The year was 1871, and while the events of this year have been purposely hidden from the masses, 1871 must never be forgotten. Much like Vatican City and the City of London, Washington, D.C. has its own sovereignty. Basically, D.C., City of London, and Vatican City are totally separate territories from the nations in which they reside. Vatican City is technically enclaved within Rome, outfitted with its own special police force and political structure. The same way the City of London is situated within the city called London, and it has its own flag, crest, police force, ceremonial armed forces, and a mayor. And sure, there are states within the United States that have their own constitution and distinctive flags, but I think most people you'd ask would know that Washington, D.C. isn't a state. Most folks would tell you that Washington, D.C. is where our laws are made, where our politicians congregate, and where our White House resides. But on the D.C. flag, which is said to have been reflective of George Washington's coat of arms, there are 3 stars. And I wonder, are those stars representative of the 3 city-states that exist as corporate entities outside of their respective nations? Vatican City, the religious hub, the City of London, the banking central, and Washington, D.C., the military leg of the empire. Being its own city-state, D.C. has its own police force that shares a direct link with Congress, its own mayor, and its own set of laws. But our founding fathers certainly didn't set it up like this, so how did it come to be? The year was 1871. The U.S. was going through a lot of turmoil. The nation was bankrupt and vulnerable after the Civil War, and the London bankers, which included the notorious Rothschild family, were ready to make a deal with Congress to remedy that turmoil. Turmoil, I might add, that is suspected that the bankers had a hand in creating in the first place. At any rate, these bankers made a lot of credit available in the aftermath of the Civil War as a means to 1. Fight Lincoln's greenback after he was murdered, with some theorizing that part of the motivation for his assassination came from his push to privatize the monetary system. And the second reason that the bankers made so much credit available was to collect on the interest from those who desperately needed the money, which would be the United States government at the time. Now, this was nothing new. This was a practice as old as time. Well, as old as Mystery Babylon. Not much has really changed since the days of Babylon. Not the usury, not the debt slavery, not even the iconography. Passed by Congress, the Act of 1871 provided a government for the 10-mile parcel of land known as the District of Columbia, allowing Washington, D.C. to act as a corporation outside of the original Constitution of the United States. So, okay, why does the Washington, D.C. Constitution have nothing to do with the United States Constitution? Why exactly is Washington, D.C. totally separate from the rest of the United States? Why does it need to be separate from the United States?
And that's another thing. Like, I think people get confused when when you talk about Washington, D.C., and that it's, it has its own thing and it's not like a part of the rest of the thing. And, the way it was explained to me is that, because it's the government is there, then, it doesn't exist within a jurisdiction of a state or whatever. So that's the reason why it was set up that way.
A separate territory at the epicenter of the Virgin Mary, tucked right between Virginia and Maryland. The Act of 1871 changed our country's founding fathers' original Constitution for the United States for America to the Constitution of the United States of America. If you blink, you might miss it because it's a mixture of impactful wording and some weird capitalization thrown in there that pretty much means nothing to the average person upon initial inspection.
Yeah, this part right here is interesting. The Constitution of the United States of America.
Pat's talked about this. We've talked about this. America Inc. and all that. That's where this goes to.
Yeah, this isn't.
Country's founding fathers' original Constitution for the United States for America.
Constitution for the United States for America. So it's like at this point, it's like the for American citizens, like on behalf of the American citizens, you can of the people for the people or whatever, like the people have the power or whatever. It's like representing us. But then when you change it to
the Constitution of the United States of America,
now it's like a separate entity from American citizens, like like a corporation, a freaking a buffer.
If you blink, you might miss it because it's a mixture of impactful wording and some weird capitalization thrown in there that pretty much means nothing to the average person upon initial inspection. But these subtle changes are a huge deal in the realm of legislation. Compounded with these minor changes was clever marketing of the act as a way to unify the territorial government for the entire District of Columbia. The aforementioned are contributing factors as to how such a major act flew under the radar, ultimately overturning the United States constitutional republic. Since 1871, the federal government has usurped nearly all of the power that was formerly held in the hands of the people. But how on earth was Congress able to pass a separate constitution and incorporate the United States? A bunch of attorneys have contacted me about the subject, explaining it to me. Thank you for everyone who's done that. But let me break it down to you in a way that won't make you just totally fall asleep. A corporation, by definition, is a legal entity separate from its owners. A corporation protects its owners from personal liability for corporate debts and obligations within limits. So was the Act of 1871 as harmless as some claim, just an act to provide a government for the District of Columbia and nothing more? We can answer that question by simply stepping back and taking a look at the dominoes that fell after this act was passed, and asking the question, who benefited from this piece of legislation? Is the Act of 1871 the reason why Congress passed the 16th Amendment, which allowed the federal government to tax individual personal income regardless of state population? Is the Act of 1871 the reason why the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 was passed, handing over America's gold and silver reserves and ultimately the total control of America's economy to the Federal Reserve Bank? Think about it. A private corporation established their private bank, acting as the central bank of the United States, but it isn't even a government institution, but a privately owned banking system. Is it a coincidence that Social Security numbers started being assigned in 1935, Social Security numbers being the 9-digit numbers given to every U.S. citizen, and used for income tracking and taxation purposes? Ultimately, individual income taxes have been the primary source of revenue for the U.S. federal government since the 1950s.
Okay, so like it's like putting you on the stock exchange and all of that. It's like the debt that we have being paid for by us, like and it wasn't like that before. So these taxes is like a new way of doing it. It's using us as like collateral, let me see, I'm missing some comments. He says, found you, King Pop. Thank you for all you do and your teachings. I'm grateful for everything you've done, and I will use this knowledge for better. Says, I just want you to know only God knows what could happen due to your actions and sharing powerful knowledge for the people who is actually already powerful. It says, a little zooted, I'll stop texting big messages now. It's all good, man. It's all good. You there, Doc? You want to make comments on this so far?
It sounds like Prince TJ is using the Sumerian method of investigating these and searching for answers, and I applaud that.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. And no judgment here.
We do that too from time to time.
Yeah.
On purpose.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, talking about 1871, she said how the Fed swindled the true USA and turned the USA into a corporation.
When people start talking about America Inc. and they start talking about how America is not a country but a corporation, this is what's being referred to. And if you can find an old enough book, like going back to the 40s, like pre-war era, stuff like that, you can occasionally find an actual copy with the original wordings in the Constitution and stuff like that of some of this. And you can see some of the differences that are in there. And blast it, I know I dropped it. I know I dropped the link to a video that had that in the chat thing, but that was so long ago. I don't even have the same phone that, so I couldn't find it if I wanted to. But yeah, look into America Inc. and stuff like that, and the creation of the Federal Reserve System. And yeah, I mean, the more you look into it, the more you realize we're a modern slave nation. I mean, average, I threw out the numbers a while back. The average child is born into something like $70,000, $80,000 worth of debt just by being born.
Just by being born.
I mean, and why do you think the real reason is that Democrats want open borders and to get as many people coming here? You think it's just for their vote? No, they need to tax them. We need the tax money from 22 million people on the books so we can start getting right. We're
pay back those debts.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where the interest on our debts is more than our national income. We're sliding into that black hole, like I say. And it doesn't help that the last 20-something years, the entire congressional as a whole has been spending money like a kid with their first credit card.
Let's play some more of this.
These moves make a lot of sense when examined through the lens of the United States as a corporation and its citizens as employees, a corporate government asset before they even go through puberty. But still, throughout all this time, there was a promise that the American dollar was actually worth something. Something tangible, not just the confidence to exchange it for goods and services. A dollar was worth 1/35 an ounce of gold. But then President Richard Nixon came along and screwed that up for us, severing the final link between the dollar and gold in 1971. In other words, he took the dollar off the gold standard once and for all. Steadily, the purchasing power of the dollar has declined while federal and consumer debt has increased. Currently, we're witnessing the culmination of all of these decisions, and it ain't pretty. We're one bad flu season removed from Weimar Republic wheelbarrow money. So who would you say benefited from the Act of 1871? The average US citizen or the bankers who incorporated the United States, who have been buying politicians ever since? The same Federal Reserve who serves absolutely no real function except stealing the purchasing power of your 60-plus hour work week and then redistributing those funds to destroy your rights and enslave you on your own soil.
So it has the monopoly on the screen. In rule number 11, it says, what if the bank runs out of money? Some players think the bank is bankrupt if it runs out of money. The bank never goes bankrupt. To continue playing, use slips of paper to keep track of each player's banking transactions until the bank has enough paper money to operate again. The banker may also issue new money on slips of ordinary paper. Wow. It says Federal Reserve. If you don't understand how it works, start with Rule 11 in the board game Monopoly. Wow.
Sure, in 1939, people, they were telling you, but they were saying the out loud part actually out loud, but you had to look for it to find it.
And that's what they always say. They have to rule by consent. You know, it's always there. It's always there. Like, they don't even want to hide stuff. Like, they put it in your face and then they say, you're stupid because you don't really get it. You don't understand, you know? And like, we're telling you what the hell it is and you still don't get it. So you're dumb. You know what I mean? Like I say, they have to rule by consent. So we still give them the power to do this stuff to us again and again, over and over again.
Dude, the most ingenious evil plot mastermind they used in what was it? Not Buffy, but the sequel, Angel, and they were collecting souls and stuff like that in the story because they had this new superphone app or stuff like that, and in the 200 pages of the user agreement, it says, you know, if you use this and say yes to this, we've got your soul and stuff like that. And man, that's the way you get people nowadays. You bury it in so many lines of stuff that by the time they get to what's going to screw you over, you're so tired of reading that you just signed and checked yes because you're done.
Yeah.
And since you find it, you are liable for it.
And I'm guilty of this. Those user agreements, I never read that shit. Like, sometimes I take it upon myself to like look at it for a little while, but then it's like 30 pages or some shit. And I'm like, I'm not fucking finna read this shit. And I just click consent or whatever. I click agree,
Why do you think we went round and round about TikTok for 2 shows? Because I actually read the user agreement.
Yeah. Screw TikTok. TikTok is the devil.
Oh yeah, and that was before all the controversy and stuff like that. We already knew it was causing mental illness.
Sad.
Hey, just like they did back in Babylon, it's the same folks using the same debt slavery system time after time. When will we learn that debt with interest is a system of perpetual debt and is continually passed on to the...
Go ahead.
TikTok actually shows the devaluation of social media. I mean, if you think about it, everyone used to get those 15 minutes of fame. Now it's only 1.5 minutes.
15 seconds.
No, 90 seconds.
Yeah.
A minute and a half of fame instead of 15 minutes. So we start out 10 times less what we were worth already.
Feeling the purchasing power of your...
And then it's our fault because our attention span is so short. I've been doing this show for over 2 years now, and I make a video that's more than 10 minutes, and it's probably not going to get any views. I make 15-second clips, and I get thousands of views. And it's like, how much information can I really put into a 15-second clip, you know?
Twitter actually started that. You know, you see me do long information drops and stuff like that. You see the way I type in short statements with little stuff like that. That is a communication thing that I was taught before social media became really big. And it was based off the fact that people that fast read like 2-3 lines at a time, and like that, 180 to 200 characters. So I keep my little statements, my short little statements, each bit of fact under that So you see each one and absorb the whole thing, and then at the bottom, I do equal on a conclusion line. So you're like check, 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 equal in your brain, and that's how you're reading it. And that's what Twitter did. They limited it to a certain number of characters because that's all you can really read or remember at one time, the average person. And 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds is they've slowly worked our minds down to where, 30-second commercials, 60-second commercials, stuff like that. The shorter it is, the better it stays with us. Because, a long information dump, you just want to kick most of it out of your head, and you start, oh, the cat's meowing. Oh, this. Oh, what did you just say? Oh, I can pick that up later.
And it pisses me off so much because these people watch a 15-second clip on a topic and then think they're an expert on the damn topic and can just tell everybody else what the hell. Like they have this arrogance where they feel like they know already, and there's no need for them to dig around in it anymore or do any research or read anything else about it. They already know everything they need to know from a 15-second freaking clip. God.
60+ hour work week and then redistributing those funds to destroy your rights and enslave you on your own soil. Hey, just like they did back in Babylon. It's the same folks using the same debt slavery system, time after time. When will we learn that debt with interest is a system of perpetual debt and is continually passed on to the people beneath until the debt gap consumes all but those who own the debt? Well, like I said in the beginning,
so it's a debt system that goes on forever and is passed down to your kids. And she said it goes on forever until everyone is in debt other than the people who own the debt. And it's like one of the most lucrative businesses that you can have is go and buy debt. You have all these companies who do this. It's like, the stuff that be on your credit report or whatever. Like, let's say you bought a car and your car got repossessed, and the company that you owed the loan to, they're the ones who hold that debt. But then you have these other companies that come along and they're like, you know what? Let me get that up off of you. I'm going to pay you a certain amount, and you're going to clear that debt. But now I'm going to be the one that owns that debt, and I can go and, get the money back or whatever. But with mad interest, by the way. So then it's like you're making money from nothing. Like you're not really doing anything. You're not producing any product or service or anything. You just, you buy debt knowing that you can get that money back with interest.
Beginning of this video, the most pivotal year in United States history was never taught to me in school, public or private, and never taught to me at a college level. But as Americans, it's so important that we not let this information die with our generation. One of the most important lessons you can teach your children is how to obtain their own freedom, how to identify when their freedoms are being taken from them, and how to demand those personal freedoms and liberties back. Instead of waiting around for a hero in the form of a politician to represent them, to offer solutions. During this time, we've seen people of all ages crying out for change. And instead of focusing on the changes we could make that could fundamentally change the United States for the better, especially on an individual level, politicians are selling socialism and communism, aka more government control, to young people looking for an answer. And they beg for it because the future seems so bleak. Whether you play with paper or with digital money, the future will always be bleak if you're a debt slave. If before your foot even touches this earth, you're scanned into the system as an employee of this corporation who does not care about you one bit. The United States is still a great country, but it has its problems, and you can riot and loot and protest all you want, but until the Federal Reserve is ended, until the Act of 1871 is torn into 1,000 pieces and thrown into the wind, until the IRS is abolished, And until we move back to the gold standard, we have no chance at experiencing any iota of freedom. What do you think, internet friends? Did you know about the Act of 1871?
So it's like, yeah, and then people always come back to that when we're talking about the gold standard and having the dollar actually have some kind of value, you know. And as long as they just keep printing money with no real value, then it's like basically we're all screwed.
You know, I always look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for sharing this video, for subscribing, and for supporting my channel on Patreon. Bye.
Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. Either you're with the United States or you're not with the United States. Either you're with us, either you love freedom and with nations which embrace freedom, or you're with the enemy. There's no in between.
And this is so relevant to today because you're hearing Bush's words from way back when. This was probably like 2001, 2002, somewhere up in there. And like, that's like the same thing that they're saying right now. Either you're with us or you're with the terrorists. There's no in between.
Either with us or you're with the enemy. That's clear. I will continue to make that clear.
President Bush made the terms of the war on terror very clear. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
I've had a very good discussion with the president of Yemen. I made it clear to him, as well as other presidents of nations, that you're either with us or you're not with us.
Every nation has to either be with us or against us.
What we need to do in the first instance, and is the minimal requirement to ascertain whether you're on this side of President Bush's firmly drawn line, with us or against us. Are you with?
That's crazy how long Benjamin Netanyahu has been in power over there. And, you know, what's also crazy is how you got Bush, Netanyahu, and Hillary Clinton all saying the exact same thing. You know, I was reading something somewhere one day where they said, you know, if both sides are saying the same thing, like if the Republicans and the Democrats are saying the exact same thing, then you need to pay attention. That's something to really pay attention to, you know, because there's a clue there. There's something happening. There's something going on there when they're supposed to be on opposite sides, but they're speaking in unison on a particular topic.
You've seen what I do every time I see both sides agree. I start following the money. Because that's what's going. If they both agree, that means both sides are getting paid off by the same people, or excuse me, both sides are supporting their campaigns. It's
definitely
I want to know what Ukraine's got on America to get both sides throwing money at this war that, you know, the outcome was pretty much foregone in the first month.
Well, we covered yesterday. I hate that what was it? It must have been before you came. Yeah, it was. It was before you came on. I played this video yesterday that kind of tied everything in. And, you know, we're talking about natural gas. You know, we're talking about pipelines. We're also talking about the new Silk Road and trading routes, you know, and that explains the Ukraine situation. And it also explains the Palestine situation in a more complex way, like not even more complex. It's actually simple, but it makes the things that's happening make more sense than when you're just looking at it from like Muslims versus Jews or something, or with Russia is like same thing, like, you know, but when you look at it from the money standpoint and you follow the money, then it makes a lot of sense. It was a great video I played yesterday that explains it really well. It's in the group, man. I would love to go and show it right now, but I played it already in the other show, so I don't want to do that to whoever is
wait at least a couple of weeks before you repeat it on the show.
Yeah, so it's in there. It's under the group, the Activate group.
Okay,
And let me
yeah,
look.
I can get to it from my computer then. That's cool.
Yeah, so let me see which one is it in the Activate group.
Yeah,
Hold on, I
I
know
can
it's in
find
here.
it from there if it's in there.
Oh, hold on. It was a Twitter. Yeah, it's a Twitter link, and it's a link to a Twitter post, and it says Europe needs gas on the top of it, and then it says no preview available. That's what it says on the Activate page. So just click that, and it's going to send you to that Twitter page where that video is whenever you have time. And I'd love to hear what you have to say, what you think about that. Let me play some more of this.
With the terrorists, or are you against the terrorists? There is no middle ground. I think the president enunciated a very clear policy. You're either with us or against us.
And then came the speech. You are either with us or against us. And the bombing began. And the old paradigm was restored as our leader encouraged us to show our patriotism by shopping and by volunteering to join groups that would turn in their neighbor for any suspicious behavior. In the 19 months since 9/11, we have seen our democracy compromised by fear and hatred. Basic inalienable rights, due process, the sanctity of the home have been quickly compromised in a climate of fear.
Here's something you're never taught in school. Here in the good old US of A, all of your wars have been fake. I don't mean the actual part where they blow up and kill people. I'm talking about the part where we go to war in the first place. And the sad part about it is the people up at the top and their minions, the people that hang out in these think tanks and stuff, they sit around talking about this blatantly, openly, just in your face, strategizing about how they can get us into the next war. And this is actually an old video, but I think it bears being shown again. In fact, it should be shown once every 6 months or so. You should just watch it again, just to remind yourself the level that we're at in this country. So the douchebag you're about to see is from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. This is an American think tank out of Washington, D.C. It was established in 1985, and it says the mission statement of the Institute, quote, is to advance a balanced and realistic understanding of American interests in the Middle East and to promote the policies that secure them. Not about what's right and wrong over there. It's just whatever secures the American interests over in the Middle East. And we all know what those interests are. It has nothing to do with spreading democracy or freedom or liberty. For more on that, all you have to do is look at the board of advisors and look at some of the names on here. You've got Henry Kissinger, Richard Pearl, Condoleezza Rice, George Shultz, James Woolsey. It's a fun crowd. And it doesn't matter which president you think you're voting for, it's going to change everything. People that have been part of this particular think tank have served senior positions in the administrations of every president this country has had since George H.W. Bush.
And this is what I try to focus on over and over again, because, people always are like, we got to get the Democrats out of there, or we got to get the Republicans out of there, or whatever. And so I'm like, you have certain things that go along the line, and it doesn't matter which party is in power, these things continue to happen the exact same way. The people that are pulling the strings, the people that are really controlling things, don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat in office. They still get what they want to get done. It continues to happen over and over again, And then she's talking about those particular names who are had high positions in administrations of Republicans and Democrats. Like, it's the same people.
Some of you may have seen this video, but again, considering the things that are going on right now, it's more relevant now than it's ever been. So we're going to go ahead and watch this. And I just want to say up front, you're going to have to make yourself resist the urge to punch your screen, because you're going to want to punch this guy. And you don't want to do that because you could cut your knuckles, break your monitor and stuff like that. You're going to want to punch him though. Listen to what he says here.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran.
He just said that. You aren't hearing things. He literally just said, crisis initiation's tough. And how's the United States president going to get to war with Iran? Because wars don't just happen. They make the war.
Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests.
The traditional way that America gets to war is what's best for the interests. Now, listen to what the traditional way is that America...
Based on whose position, like, you know, what's best for American interests? Like, when they say American interests, what do they mean? Do they mean the American people? You know what I'm saying? Or do they mean some kind of like American corporation, a corporation where their home is in the United States? You know, the interests of America.
America goes to war.
Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor.
False flag.
Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode.
Also a false flag.
Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode.
Total false flag.
We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded.
Probably also a false flag.
May I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing, which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack.
Also a false flag. Do you see a pattern here?
So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war.
And when they say compromise, what do they mean by that? You know what I'm saying? You know, so like, and then the whole thing with the false flags, these are the things that aren't taught in school. Like, they do cover these events, but they never really explain. Sometimes they do, I mean, a little bit, but you have to read between the lines to really understand what they're saying, because I remember covering some of this stuff in some of my classes, but, you know, they'll say something like, we didn't know who caused it or whatever, like it was mysterious events or something like that, you know. They don't just come right out and say that, it wasn't the people that they said it was that did these events, you know, that led us into the war. You know what I'm saying? So time and time again, if you know the list of the events that they just said here, you go back and look at these events, you'll see that they were events that drawed us into war under light in the mysterious circumstances, to say it lightly. You know what I'm saying? Like the perfect event that would happen to pull us into the war, you know. And so and we've been having like CIA and like operatives, black ops and stuff like that for the longest. And you know, when we talk about like the $1 trillion that goes missing from the Pentagon budget or whatever, you know, a lot of that is that it's like, you know, if they are doing some kind of like covert black operations, they can't tell you, like they can't give you the receipt, you know what I mean? Because then they can't operate in the position that they want to do, you know what I'm saying? So, and I understand that sometimes the American people can't really just know everything that they're doing, because if they did, then the people, you know, whatever they're trying to do, those people will have, you know, access to that information, you know. So, but after the fact, they could give the receipts after years have gone by, because in that situation, the other country or whatever wouldn't be in position to do anything with that information. But still, that information doesn't come out. Those $1 trillion that go missing is the money that they're using to do these types of deals.
Period. If the Iranians don't compromise, it would be best if someone started this war, because that is how America goes to war. You literally have the douchebags who stand up there in these think tanks and say stuff like this, it's not even thinly veiled. There's not even a semantic argument that could be made here that he actually meant something else. He straight up said someone needs to start this war the way that all of America's other wars have been started, with a false flag.
One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why?
Somebody actually laughed in the audience when he said that.
We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either or proposition. You know, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things.
He's not.
And what people have to understand, in all of those events, it was American soldiers who died, you know, and it wasn't as a result of this other country, you know, attacking these vessels or whatever, you know. So it was like American soldiers being sacrificed, you know, for the greater good, if you will, so that we can end up going to war to benefit usually these bankers and corporations or whatever. So they don't care about human life. They don't care about the lives of the enemy, and they don't care about the lives of their own freaking soldiers. You wanted to make comments, Doc? You there?
No, I'm good.
All right, let me play some more.
Not advocating that. He's just suggesting that you can do some things, which is basically the same as advocating it.
We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
They're in the game of doing that to everybody. This is how America goes to war. You don't know when World War III is going to break out, but when it does, you'll know why.
Hey, internet friends. If the world is a kaleidoscope of color, you and I could be looking at the same sky and see totally different shades of blue. Reality is much the same in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with its complex and winding history. Is one of those reality breakdowns where people come away with drastically different reads of the room based on their upbringing, religious affiliation, schooling, television habits. You know how it is. Only, much like COVID and even the war in Ukraine, we are being forced to choose a side. And it's not simply a selection, but a moral decree. An effective way to shatter the calm of the evening is to have an opposing opinion on this issue amongst good company. So today I'm going to give you a historical overview of the Israel and Palestine conflict that is seldom taught in school or even church to better help us navigate the barrage of violent imagery, harrowing headlines, and narratives meant to stir not only emotion, but serve as a call to action. Let's start with the basics. Judaism isn't Zionism. While Zionism is a political philosophy for a certain group of people, Judaism is a religion. Jewish ancestry is not a requirement for practicing Judaism. To be a Zionist, you don't have to be Jewish. The official definition of Zionism is a movement for originally the reestablishment and now the development and protection of a Jewish nation in what is now Israel. Zionism was established as a political organization in 1897. Basically, Zionists believe that according to the Torah, God made a covenant or a sacred agreement with the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the patriarchs of Judaism. So in the Old Testament, as it's interpreted by Zionists, God basically acts as a real estate agent and promises Abraham and his descendants a specific land, often referred to as the Promised Land or the Land of Canaan. The land is described in various passages in the Bible, and it includes the territory that makes up modern-day Israel, as well as parts of surrounding areas. If you're new here, I'm from the Bible Belt of the United States, where Christian Zionism is widespread. Believing that Israel and the Jews are the chosen people and that Israel is the promised land for Jews is taught in church as a gateway to salvation and eternal life. Keep in mind that as Christians, we are also taught that the way to eternal life and salvation is through Christ. whom religious Jews reject, and they also reject the idea of hell or eternal damnation. And I just want to remind Christians who might be watching that everything changed with the New Testament, which is why Christians are taught from both the Old and New Testament. Remember, Jesus rolled up, started performing miracles, flipping over tables of money changers, and said it doesn't matter who you are, how much money you got, who your daddy is. As long as you walk with Christ, you're chosen for eternal salvation. And this changed everything. It gave everyday people hope and put them on an even playing field.
Point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ. I think that there you can make an argument that the Gospels, which were written,
He was just a prophet, and right?
significant. No. We don't even believe he was a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
I mean, what do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble.
Yeah, I think I covered part of this. I want to come back to this because I feel like I'm losing y'all. A really good video. So I should have left myself timestamps for that. I didn't have time. I worked all weekend, so there goes my excuse. But I didn't put timestamps. Sometimes I do. I leave notes for timestamps, and I go back and play those, but I didn't do that for this video. It was really kind of hard too, because I watched that whole video and it has so much good stuff in it that it was difficult for me to just. Anyways, let's cover this right here. Check it out. It says China deploys 6 warships to the Middle East over fears Israel crisis could spark World War III. The task force includes the Zibo, a guided missile destroyer, the frigate Xingzhou, and the supply ship Quandahu, all of which will be stationed in the Middle East as Israel prepares for a ground invasion of Gaza, which the ground invasion happened. It started yesterday, I want to say. I played some clips of that. Like, so they're boots on the ground in Gaza, and parts of the West Bank, which they said they wasn't going to go into. Let's read this. It says readers added context they thought people may want to know. Doing now, especially on Twitter. Anyways, let me read it. It says China sent replacement supply on October 14th for an escort group that had already been operating in the area. The arrival of a replacement escort group in the Gulf region meant 2 advanced O-52D destroyers had been stationed there at a time of heightened tensions. So that was the, context to this post on Twitter. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, I really don't think they're going to get engaged in this conflict. This is more of an exercise to get their sailors some experience. Another one, it says, it's for a bit of intimidation, I would think. Another one, it says, interesting, for I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle. Then the Lord will go out and fight against those nations as when he fights on a day of battle. On that day, his feet shall stand on the Mount of Olives that lies before Jerusalem on the east. And the Mount of Olives should be split in 2 from east to west by a very wide valley, so that one half of the mount shall move northward and the other half southward. Not saying this is it, but how easy is for God to bring prophecy into fulfillment. Interesting stuff. I think that a lot of times what people do is they make stuff true or real after the fact. If you read the Bible and then you go and do something that was in the Bible to make the Bible true, then is that really what it is? Is that really the prophecy being fulfilled? Or is it that you read the prophecy and then you did actions to try to make it look like that? So, but it is true that there's a gathering of ships in the Mediterranean from different countries, which is pretty scary. Let me see. Another comment says, but the Western experts were saying this war will be less dangerous than the one in Ukraine because it can't expand. That's not how wars expand, they said. I agree with the Chinese, by the way. This is dangerous. Another comment, it says, the ground for a bigger, wider battle heating up. Let's bring it. Let's see who is real brave on here, who survives, and who is wiped. People talking like that is really kind of scary to me, because it's like people from the comfort of their home behind their keyboard talking like that. People that's not worried about freaking missiles hitting their house. I read this one. It says, excuse me, community notes. I would like to say something. The following is quoted from your mainstream media god, Google. China deployed 6 warships to Middle East over fears Israel crisis could spark World War III. China has deployed 6 warships to the Middle East as the conflict between Israel and Hamas escalates, according to reports 8 hours ago. Oh, I'm getting kind of delirious. Let's look at this one. It says, Vietnam, the U.S. lied about the Gulf of Tonkin incident to drag the nation into a needless conflict. Kuwait, the U.S. lied about Iraq soldiers taking babies out of incubators to rally support for a war against Iraq, 1990. The U.S. lied about Serbian, actions in Kosovo to justify NATO bombings and expand Western influence in the Balkans, 1999. Afghanistan, the U.S. lied about its reasoning for invading, hiding the true objectives related to pipeline politics and opium fields, 2001. Iraq, the U.S. lied about Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction to justify a war for oil, 2003. The U.S. lied about Gaddafi's threats to civilians to establish control over North Africa resources, 2011. Syria, the U.S. lied about Assad's use of chemical weapons as an excuse to topple a sovereign regime, 2013. Ukraine, the U.S. lied about Russian aggression to further NATO's encroachment on Russian borders, 2014. It says, only ignorant fools believe that this time the U.S. is telling the whole truth about the Israel-Palestine conflict. They got a picture of Colin Powell. I think that's the yellow cake thing that he's holding up. Freaking Dave Chappelle did the yellow cake skit, and it was so freaking funny. Oh my God. That was one of the funniest Dave Chappelle clips off of the Chappelle show. Like they was talking about yellow cake. I think that's what he's holding in this picture right here. Yellow cake. Tweet reply says, the only cause for concern, they won most of the time. Why should this time be different? That's actually pretty relevant comment right there. Some more says, you forgot the USS Maine blaming Spaniards to go to war against us. It says World War III started the day after World War II. And it's showing all of these. So that's kind of what like Doc was saying yesterday, because when we were talking about World War III and then how like even with World War I, they didn't call it that until after or whatever. And same thing with World War II, you know. And then it's like right now they're talking about World War III. And like what Doc was saying was that, you know, it's already happened really. So then like in here it's showing these all of these dates. China 1945 to 46, Syria 49, Korea 1950 to 53, China 1950 to 53, Iran 53, Guatemala, Tibet, Indonesia, Cuba, Congo, Dominican Republic, Vietnam, Brazil, British Guiana, Republic of Congo. It goes on and on and on. And it ends here with Somalia 2020, Afghanistan 2020, Venezuela 2019, Guyana, Iraq. So yeah. So maybe in the future, when they really kind of like sum up, because it usually takes a good amount of time before you get to the point where you can really surmise what happened and give it like a good perspective. And maybe they'll come back and look at it and say that like the World War III had already happened. Let me read another one. It says, I'm Albanian and from Kosovo. I could tell you from firsthand experience, the U.S. didn't lie about Serbia slaughtering us. Had NATO not stepped in, I probably wouldn't be alive right now. Another comment that says, the first casualty of war is the truth. Ooh. First casualty of war is the truth. Let's copy and post that. Because looking at the news, when you look at the news, and we already been talking about fake news and confusion and so forth and so on, but whenever you have wartime, it's wartime propaganda, so it's up to another level as far as, you know, what we get in the media about what's happening on the ground. Like, if you're not in Ukraine, then it's really difficult for you to know what the hell is happening in Ukraine. If you're not on the ground in Palestine, then it's very, very difficult for you to know what's really going on, because what comes out and what we see in the media is going to be skewed, you know, one side or the other or whatever, what actually happened. And then all of the reports about, hospital was bombed, it wasn't bombed, it was a mistake from the Hamas, all of this. And like, when it comes down to the conclusion is there's no real certainty with a lot of stuff. It's a lot of confusion. So the first casualty of war is the truth. Like, nobody's telling the truth. Everybody is lying, and we're all freaking confused and lost. Another comment says, lying is the modus operandi of empires. Another one, it says, every day U.S. this, U.S. that, go and rest, please. Another one, it says, same military-industrial congressional complex President Eisenhower warned about ruling United States. And earlier, when we said about how you had Hillary Clinton and George W. Bush and Netanyahu all saying the same thing and saying that that was a clue, that's another thing related to like the military-industrial complex. Both sides, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, are in the pocket of the military-industrial complex. It's kind of like when we talk about the banks, when they fund both sides of the war, of whatever war. And so whoever is the winner, the banks are the winners, So that's how it goes. And that's what's happening in the politics. So the rest of us are pointing fingers at each other saying, oh, it's the Republicans, or oh, it's the Democrats, oh, it's Bush, oh, it's Biden, or whatever. Meanwhile, the winners are the corporations. The winners are the banks. They're keeping us divided and fighting amongst each other, but they all agree because they're getting paid by the same people, whether they're Republicans or Democrats. They're not looking out for the American people, either side. So it makes you look silly when you cape for one side. It's two wings, one bird, good cop, bad cop. Let's read this one. It says, Father, did our greatest ally really attack the U.S. Liberty, killing 34 crew members and injuring an additional 171 sailors? My toddler waking up this morning in a cold sweat. I don't know what he was trying to say there. Let's move on. It's like we're beating a dead horse with this. It says, "New, I will never vote Biden. Muslim and Arab Americans rage at Biden in a key swing state." Brianna Joy Gray, she posted this and she said, Michigan Muslims are saying no to Biden. If he loses the state, Democrats will undoubtedly blame everyone and everything but his own decision making. Voters should make it clear that this is Biden's choice. He could change course and earn those votes back. Will he? She had a post earlier where she was like, so, because people were saying this is the last straw, like Biden's take on the Palestine situation. And Brianna Joy Gray was like, oh, so now Y'all gonna say, you know, you don't like Biden after everything else that he's done, and then this is the one that pushes y'all over the top. It's like y'all haven't been paying attention. Let me read some tweet replies on the Breonna Joy Grace thing. It says, think hard. If his administration is capable of this, what else have they lied about? Another one that says, I don't think it is any changing back. He has shown what side of things he is on and what he supports, and that is not the American citizens as a whole. No matter what race you are, the Democrats and Republicans only use us for votes with no intent on following through. They rather support their PACs like the APAC. You see how loyal and dedicated all party-wide they are to the lobbyist groups and the military-industrial complex. That is whom they work for, not us. Another one says, not going to happen. He done too much bootlicking for Israel. Another one says, at this point, he's absolutely could not. Another one that says, we either live in a democracy or we don't. Sometimes democracy has consequences, deal with it. Well, I would say we don't. I think the democracy is an illusion. You know, I think our vote is a pacifier. It makes us feel like we're doing something. Meanwhile, everything is the same. Nothing changes. Especially when you vote on a national stage. This comment says, yay for anecdotal accounts masquerading as research journalism. I don't know what he's trying to say, but Breonna Joy Gray does really great work, so I would call her actual journalist. She does good stuff. Another comment says, I think they will come around. Another one says, Muslims are 1% of Michigan population. Do you ever stop grifting? Well, this person might have a point there, actually. Another comment says, Michigan Muslims saying no to Biden, and I'm here for it. Another one, if people vote like weather vanes, they deserve whatever government they get. I don't like that, because that's kind of like people saying, you know, vote blue no matter who, or the ones that are like conservatives and saying that you have to vote Republican. And that's how they, you know, are able to do what they do, is because they can rely on certain blocks that are going to vote no matter what in a certain direction. Like, you know, make them earn your vote. Maybe you'll see some kind of results. This one, Ben Norton posted this. It says, the Biden administration $106 billion in so-called foreign aid request is actually about war. $61.4 billion to wage a proxy war against Russia and Ukraine, $14.3 billion to support the Israel apartheid regime and the colonial war on Palestine, $4 billion to prepare for war on China. So it has a little chart here with a breakdown of the $106 billion that Biden is asking Congress for. We covered a little bit of this yesterday. $61.4 billion military, Ukraine military and economics assistance, $14.3 billion Israel military assistance, $14 billion for immigration enforcement, $9.15 billion humanitarian assistance, $4 billion for countering China's influence in developing countries and Indo-Pacific, $3.4 billion for submarine industrial base. Let's do this one. It says, World Economic Forum agenda contributor Marian Mazzucato, our attempt to vaccinate the entire planet failed. Climate change is too abstract for people to understand, but the coming water crisis is something that everyone will get on board with. Let's play some of this.
That's also, of course, true with COVID, right? We are all only as healthy as our neighbor is on our street, in our city, in our region, in our nation, and globally. And did we solve that? Like, did we actually manage to vaccinate everyone in the world? No. So highlighting water as a global commons and what it means to work together and see it both out of that kind of global commons perspective, but also the self-interest perspective, because it does have that parallel. It's not only important, but it's also important because we haven't managed to solve those problems which had similar attributes. And water is something that people understand. Climate change is a bit abstract. Some people understand it really well. Some understand it a bit. Some just don't understand it. Water, every kid knows how important it is to have water. When you're playing football and you're thirsty, you need water. So there's also something about really getting citizen engagement around this and really, in some ways, experimenting with this notion of the common good. Can we actually deliver this time in ways that we have failed miserably other times? And hopefully we won't keep failing on the other things, but anyway.
So so she was trying to say, so it's like there's, the whole thing is, I'm not going to say it's just like a complete scam, but it's a money grab, that's for sure. So, and, you create scarcity, like we live on a water planet. So, and I do understand, don't think that I don't get it, and pollution is definitely an issue. But at the same time, we live on a freaking water freaking planet. So you're going to tell me that we have, a water crisis on a water planet? Help me understand, whatever needs to be done to
It's called logistics.
Yeah.
The problem isn't that there's not enough water. The problem is getting the water that's there to the places where the people are that need it. And people are by nature stubborn as shit, because the first thing that you do when you tell them you can't live there, it's like, I'm going to live wherever I want, even if I die. And so, well, that's what happens. They get stubborn, they stay there, they create a need, which becomes an emergency to the public, which, starts costing money. I mean,
well, when you have these disaster economics, where you have these like vulture capitalism, where you have like a company like Nestle comes in and pumps out all of the water and then sells it right back to the people, that's when you have situations like that. So if you really want to fix that problem, then you keep from letting these corporations.
Long before those commercial companies were there.
Wait, you was breaking up. I didn't get you.
I said, people have been doing stuff like that long before these big corporations have been doing it. I mean, these big corporations are not drying up the freaking land. They're just getting to the easily available stuff. There's still plenty more, but there's still, like I said, the logistics of getting, Nestle pumping water from Spring, Texas has nothing to do with people dying from bad water in Africa. It's logistics.
Yeah, well, the logistics is influenced by these corporations doing these things like that. I mean, if they don't have an incentive to, have the water spread out evenly, fairly, and let the people that live in certain areas take advantage of the water that's in their area, then of course you're going to continue to run into that problem. And as far as you saying people did it forever, I don't think at the scale that they do it now. These companies are bigger than like they've ever been. Like these conglomerates are freaking massive. They're global. They can pick a random spot on the planet to just go and be like, well, these people don't have any sovereignty, or they don't have any authority, or, they don't have any power. So then we can just go in there and take their stuff. My mic is acting weird. Let's read some tweet replies.
That's also, of course, true with COVID, right? We are all only.
Let's read some tweet replies. It says, just make it up as they go along. Another one that says, 3 days without water, you die. The new gold is blue, aka water. I think the information is the new, most valuable thing. And that's one of the reasons why they tap our information on all of our apps. And people think that like the surveillance state is just about like watching people or whatever, and people are scared somebody's watching you in your room, like through your TV or through your laptop or whatever, which is happening through your Wi-Fi device, which is happening. But the motivation for doing that is that they use that information, they sell that information. You know, it helps them with ads, helps them with selling products. Or
I've been talking about that forever. And you know what your reply is to every time I talk about how corporations are doing that? It becomes a subject of, well, you don't want foreign corporations to do it, but American corporations do it already, so what's the big deal? What's the big deal? Your own words.
Well, holding them equally accountable is what you want to do, and have people have some kind of autonomy on their information. So if my personal information is so valuable to you, then pay me for it.
Why pay you when they can pay internet providers and stuff like that? Why pay you when you're giving it away freely every single day? With every transaction you make, with every call you make, with every game you play.
And that's why whenever you buy stuff and you go somewhere, they ask you for your email address or your phone number all the time. It's like, what the hell do you need my phone number or my email address for? I'm just buying some pants or whatever the hell it is, a pen or some shit. And then that's what it is. It's like you say, giving away your information freely, and they're making money off of it. So yeah, I decline every time. Like, but it's some stuff you don't have any control over, because as far as these apps, like we said earlier, the what do you call it? The little paper that's 30 pages long, the consent form or whatever the hell. In there, it's gonna
we just call it user agreement.
User agreement. In that user agreement, it's gonna say something about, are you okay with the people using the information that they gather while you're using this app? It's gonna be mixed up in there, and you're gonna give your consent away, because in a lot of these apps, it's like you can't use it unless you consent to the user agreement.
Okay, here's one. Instead of just going off on TikTok, Candy Crush. You realize to play that game, you give it gives you access to your phone, your contact list, your phone list, and I believe as soon as you tie any of your social medias into it, which it gives you the opportunity to log in as, it also gives you full access to post pictures and stuff on social media. One of the reasons that I do not publish any original work over Facebook or places like some of these places where you can like post your own writing and stuff is because if you dig deep into the user agreement, you're going to see that they have permission you've given them permission to use anything and everything that you put on their servers for their own purposes without having to compensate you. So they can take my book, they can put their own name on it, and then print it, and then I can't touch them for it because it's on their server. And I agreed just by putting it on their server, even if it's not published for people to see, if you've got it like on Google Drive, stuff like that. Some of these user agreements let them have full access and publishing rights to it.
Yep. We just don't know how deep we're in when it comes to that stuff. I'm trying to decide on what direction I want to go in for the rest of the show right now. Let me read some more tweet replies. It says, it's all about power, control, and money. Another one, it says, water crisis. Have you ever heard of desalination? Regard, we can have unlimited supply of fresh water through desalinating ocean water. Another one, it says, Biden, another word for treason. It says, it looks like a meme. It says, sure, I could sell you the Great Lakes, but you got to return 10% to my shell company. Number 21. Oh, it's so much. I briefly touched on this one about were you in here when I did the one about, hold on, the one about obedience and the rise of authoritarianism? Did I talk about that when you were in here, Doc? I know I covered a little bit of it yesterday, but I don't remember if it was at the beginning or if it was at the end. If it was when, I think it was when Pat was in here. I think what happened was Pat left. I started doing the obedience thing, and then later on you came in. I think that's what it was. I'm trying to decide on if I want to go back to that because I didn't cover that as much as I wanted to. Yeah, let's go back to that because I didn't cover that as much as I wanted to, and that's a pretty good little thing to do. But I don't want to go to the part that I covered already, so I need to find the video in my history so I can go to the point where I stopped. Give me a second, y'all, while I look for this. Okay, I found it. Didn't take that long. All right, now let's share. Because this is what is going on. This is like the main thing that's happening with us, you know, and it's a global thing, but especially here in the United States. But okay, this one is Academy of Ideas. The name of it is Why Are Most People Cowards? It says Obedience and the Rise of Authoritarianism. Let's see. Let's do some comments because I don't think I read comments on this one yesterday. Comment, it says, always stand up for what's right, even if you're the only one standing. My dad instilled this in me years ago. Actually, I think I did read some of these. Another one, it says, there's only two kinds of people who will do what they're told no matter what is right, and people who will do what is right no matter what they're told. It takes nothing to join the crowd. It takes everything to stand alone. I did read some of these comments. Let's play some of this so we can get some context.
To see other people exercise independent judgment, self-responsibility, and self-reliance disturbs the conformists' belief in the value of obedience and so threatens their sense of self. It is not the case, therefore, that the conformist obeys while permitting others the freedom to make their own choice. Rather, as Stanley Feldman explains in a paper titled Enforcing Conformity, people who value social conformity support the government when it wants to increase its control over social behavior and punish nonconformity. Valuing social conformity increases the motivation for placing restrictions on behavior. The desire for social freedom is now subservient to the enforcement of social norms and rules. Thus, groups will be targeted for repression to the extent that they challenge social conformity.
So, yeah, this sounds like neoliberalism, like, you know, social conformity, going along with what they say. So, like, if the authority figure tells you you have to go get your jab, you have to wear a mask or whatever, you can't congregate in groups. And then, you know, we go along with this because it's coming from an authority or whatever. Go ahead. You was going to make a comment?
Well, there's the authority of the masses going on right now, too, with a whole lot of this. I'm just going to sum up all the bad things and call it bathroom debate. I mean, we all know what I'm talking about. You know?
Yeah.
But that's the same with the bathroom debate going on right now, you know. You got a whole bunch of people which are now the liberal mindset of this. The people coming have created the society with the power enough that they are dictating what should and should not be norm to the larger population. So
yes,
they're also using social conformity and the power of obedience and subservience to create a social norm, literally flipping this statement, which is very, very pro-conservative or very, very pro-liberal, anti-conservative, the way he's stating it. If you think about it, that is actually what's going on with both sides right now.
Yes. In different ways. I completely agree. And so
it may be a baseball bat instead of a gun, but it's still force. It's force conformity.
Right. And what they discern as social norms or whatever, what they discern as what should be acceptable and what's not acceptable or whatever. So, and then they're taking away the freedom. So it's the same, like I get it on the liberal side or whatever, like they be on that shit. But coming from the right or coming from conservatives, it seems like they brain should click and realize that they're talking about freedom and you know, and individuality or whatever. But at the same time,
remember the way I said it the other night. Conservatives want to control your actions. Liberals want to control your thoughts. And I'm far more scared of someone that wants me to control my thinking than my actions. When your actions are constricted, you have the option and possibility of rebellion. If your thoughts are constricted, you would not even understand the concept of being able to fight back or rebel.
I agree with you, but it just seems like the conservatives' brain should click and realize that they are doing exactly what they're supposed to be fighting against as far as people having freedoms, you know, when they are, you know, stressing that a certain, you know,
this new twist that conservatives have gone on of taking choices away from people is really bizarre to me.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly
there are ways to protest and do the things they're doing without taking choice away. But I'm also I find it very, very interesting that, you know, about the liberals, especially in the pre-child issue, let's call it that the same time they're saying freedom of choice, they are literally standing up and defending euthanasia and a program that was started out to literally help depopulate the Black community.
Yeah.
When it started affecting white people is when they started getting worried about it. When it came up into their rich neighborhoods and their Catholic kids are, oops, mommy, I've been bad. You know, oh, well, we can't have that going on now that it's affecting us.
Right. So, and that makes sense though. But the insanity that is happening on both sides, where the disconnect of, like, you know, what they're saying, it doesn't even, what they're trying to do doesn't even go along or align with their political perspectives, if you will, like their you know, their ideology. It's like they're pushing against their own ideology and don't even realize that they are, because they're so caught up in the, you know, the hoopla, if you will.
You know, I grew up as part of the freaking alternative nation. I mean, from the 80s, the 90s, back when, crap, we could get freaking drugged behind cars and stuff if people knew or people found out about things. Or hell, I got beat up by kids just because I played Dungeons and Dragons at one point. And I remember back in that day, all those freaks and geeks, the people that are on the front lines right now screaming all this craziness, we're the ones that swore if we ever got the place in society where we had the chance to affect things and be popular in that in crowd, that we would never treat people the way we were treated. And now it seems to be a race to who can be the nastiest to anyone that doesn't agree with you or doesn't fit your idea of the way people should be.
Right. So when like the social norms and stuff change and evolve, I think about like tattoos and piercings, right? And it's like, you know, let's say Generation X or whatever, when they were young, you know, if you had long hair, they would call you a hippie. And, you know, if you had tattoos and stuff, they, you know, you can't get a job and all of this. And then now these are the people who are the managers. These are the ones that are in charge or whatever. And it's like they're doing the same thing to the kids of this generation with the tattoos and the piercings or whatever. And but like the purple hair, the green hair, whatever, you know, it's like recycled. It's like they're doing what the boomers did to them, to the Generation Z kids.
Well, you know, as an employer, if I'm employing someone that's going to be my face to the public, I've got one general rule, and that's no facial tattoos. You know, but other than that, nowadays it's become a generally accepted thing. I mean, you got to understand, I grew up at a time where anytime the hair on the back of my head started touching my collar, my dad had asked me if I needed an earring and a purse to go with that.
Yeah.
I mean, and he meant it. It was a smart aleck thing. It was sarcasm, but it reflects the mindset difference between the boomer generation and, well, I'm Generation X, but I'm young X or old X. So I'm a little more boomery than most. But my brother, he's only a few years older than me, but he was born full blown at the end of the boomer generation. And there's a huge amount of difference between us. I mean, he's hardcore conservative and let's look at things.
Yeah.
You know, and that's like I said, Generation X is Schrodinger's generation. We're either a boomer or millennial, depending upon our idea of a situation, what we think on it. Until then, they ignore us, and we're okay with that.
Let me play a little bit more of this.
When a majority advocates for the government enforcement of conformity, a society places itself on what the psychologist Irvin Staub called a continuum of destruction. As the government uses coercion and force to punish a non-compliant minority, the majority rationalizes their support of such authoritarian measures by further demonizing the non-compliant, thus leading to increasingly severe government measures.
Yeah, so because like I can't help but to still think about, like, it keeps bringing my brain back to like the abortion argument, and it's like, you know, they are against big government and they're against, like, you know, the government telling you what to do or whatever, but then they support, like, they you know, we're heading in this direction where they're leaning towards a national ban. That's what they're talking about politically related to the abortions. So then it's like, I don't know, like my brain, it messes with my brain. So it's like, what did he just say? He said,
because I don't agree with abortion, I will stand and help fight a national ban just as much, or actually stronger, than I've agreed with the the Supreme Court decision to there not be a national support for it. There should not be a national ban. Period. End of statement. I don't care what side of the issue, whether you want abortion to exist or not within the realm of the United States, but the national has no say.
Yeah. So
that is it requires a constitutional amendment to make that happen. And if they don't do it through constitutional amendment, then it's going to get fought. Period. End of statement. And it needs to be fought.
Yeah. So here he's saying rationalizes their support for such authoritarian measures by further demonizing the non-compliant. So that's what it is, demonizing the people who, you know, want to get an abortion.
let's go back to our current president on this one and the mask issue and the Fauci issue. Remember, he actually said at one point in time, these are enemies of the American people if you don't comply with this.
Right.
Our own president called American people enemies of its own country if you do not comply.
Right. So, and then, so we champion this authoritarian stuff with, you know, based on our, I don't know, like our social norms or what we think should be social norms or whatever. But at the same time, we're like, we don't like authoritarianism. We don't want big government, but then we support them when they do measures that are, you know, I don't know, maybe it's because of our religion or something like that, our personal beliefs. So we disregard our political ideology and don't even realize that we're supporting this authoritarian measures.
Thus leading to increasingly severe government measures. One psychological consequence of harm doing is further devaluation of victims. People tend to assume that victims have earned their suffering by their actions or character. In several countries in the 20th century, such as the Soviet Union, Turkey, Germany, Cambodia, and China, government measures such as banning certain minority groups from restaurants, pubs, cafes, and other public spaces, imposing curfews, expelling them from their jobs, forcing them to pay fines, and restricting their freedom of movement and assembly, functioned as the first steps on a continuum of destruction that ended in mass scapegoating, mass imprisonment, and mass murder. In his book, The Psychology of Good and Evil, Irvin Staub elaborates on the psychological mechanism that facilitates a continuum of destruction. How does harmful behavior become the norm? Doing harm to a good person or passively witnessing it is inconsistent with a feeling of responsibility for the welfare of others and the belief in a just world. Inconsistency troubles us. We minimize it by reducing our concern for the welfare of those we harm or allow to suffer. We devalue them, justify their suffering by their evil nature or by higher ideals.
So, yeah, so it's like these people deserve to be, you know, under the pressure of the authoritarian regime based on their individual actions. You know, you're an evil person, so that's the reason why, you know, we are justifying these authoritarian measures.
More perfect examples we have of this going on right now. Democrats, MAGA Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
We take the actual people away and use a brand on them, put them in a box so they're easily sortable and dismissible.
Mm-hmm. And devalued.
And the thing is, they don't have to fit inside the box. They only have to have one check mark in that box to make them that way.
Right. So it's like oversimplifying people.
Everybody that agreed that there was some hinkiness going on with the 2020 election is considered a MAGA Republican. No matter what their beliefs are about anything else, if they agreed with that, and you have to admit there was some reason for doubt. A lot of changes, a lot of stuff went on. Nothing came out of it, but at the same time, it is not unreasonable for them to agree with it. Now, once you hit a certain line, it got crazy, and you're in that upper 10, 20%. But if everything else you talk about does not agree with that, but you agree with that one thing, that still puts you in that box.
Right. So it's like you question, it's kind of like within religion, when it's blasphemous to question, right? So like you're saying with the January 6th or with the election situation, it's like, even if, you know, someone has just a little bit of doubt, they question the situation. Like, I just want to know a little bit more about it. Oh, you're just a mega freaking Trump tard, you know, election denier. It's like, wait, hold on. I just, you know, want to know a little bit more about what happened or whatever. Like, no, you don't need to know any more about it or whatever. You're just a, you know, you deserve to be demonized. You're inhuman.
even better, the anti Fauci ouchie, anti-vaxxer. It used to be the people that preached that the vaccines given at childhood and stuff were causing autism and other neurodivergent problems. And now it's everyone, even if you don't agree with all that, but still question the Fauci ouchie, you are now put in the label with those crazy, some people, with those conspiracy theorists. And that's not fair at all.
Totally not fair, because and a lot of those people are okay with the other vax, the other, and have had them. They've had them in the past and whatever, and given them to their kids and all of that. But this new experimental one is the one that they have a problem with, and now you're put into this box of anti-vaxxer, and it's like, no, it's this one right here. I kind of got questions and doubts about. They came out with it too fast. I want to know some more about it. Oh no, you're just a freaking anti-vaxxer. You're crazy.
Plague bearer.
Trust the science.
A changed view of the victims, changed attitude toward that suffering, and it changed self-concept result. To counter the continuum of destruction that is a product of too much conformity and too much government force, more people need to act with moral courage. Moral courage entails a willingness to encounter risks so as to defy immoral orders, reject authoritarian government control, and to stand up for the disappearing values of truth, freedom, and justice. And as Rushworth Kidder explains in his book, Moral Courage, where there's no danger, there's no courage. Anyone can endure security and well-being. The real challenges arise in the face of hazard. So it is with moral courage, where danger is endured for the sake of an overarching commitment to conscience, principles, or core values. Some acts of moral courage are accompanied by mild risks, such as being ridiculed, insulted, or ostracized. If, for example, we speak out against a status quo belief in the presence of a group of conformists, or if we refuse to adhere to social practices or mandates that are immoral or idiotic, we may lose friends or attract choice words from the obedient, but this is a small price to pay in exchange for doing what we believe is right. For as Rollo May explains, the hallmark of courage in our age of conformity is the capacity to stand on one's own convictions. However, sometimes acts of moral courage are accompanied by more grave risks, including but not limited to the loss of employment, physical or financial penalties, imprisonment, or in some cases, even death. Of all the agonizing ethical dilemmas facing humanity, writes Rushworth Kidder, few are more wrenching than the choice between what's right for the world and what's right for you and your family. Carl Jung called the men and women willing to confront great dangers in defiance of tyranny the true leaders of mankind. And to learn about the mindset of one of these leaders, we can turn to the story of Viktor Pestov. In 1967, Pestov was a 20-year-old living in the Soviet Union. His family was well off by Soviet standards, and his mother was a high-ranking member of the KGB. Yet Pestov could not avert his eyes from the boot of tyranny that was crushing society, and so he took a keen interest in political matters. And when Soviet tanks rode into Czechoslovakia and violently stamped out the human rights protest known as the Prague Spring, Pestov told his friend, "We must do something about this." Pestov and his brother set up a clandestine group called Free Russia, and he warned those who joined that they would likely be arrested within the year. Yet all agreed that the battle for freedom justified the risk, and so they began publishing pamphlets exposing the lies of the Soviet regime and snuck out in the dead of night to distribute them. The KGB quickly identified the group as a threat, and in 1970, Pestov was arrested. His mother was fired from the KGB and never allowed to work in Russia again, and Pestov was sentenced to 5 years in a Soviet prison camp. Pestov decided to stand up to the Soviet regime and therein place himself and inadvertently his mother in great danger, because he could not in good conscience sit idly by as a corrupt regime of thousands destroyed the lives of millions. He understood that if he did not stand up for the freedom of others, he could not expect others to stand up for his, and that if nobody did anything, everyone was doomed. And so, he chose to face danger, to fight for freedom, and to place a portion of the fate of society on his back. He saw himself as fighting against the malevolent idea that someone will think for you, someone will make decisions for you, and as he explained, a person should be the master of his own fate. In a conversation with Rushworth Kidder, Pestov reflected on the grave dangers he voluntarily faced and on the 5 years he spent in prison. I believe I did the right thing, Pestov concluded. I wasn't silent. I was saying and doing what I had to do. There was a very small contribution of mine to the fact that the communists were pushed out of power. Unless more people can muster up the moral courage to renounce conformity in favor of standing up for freedom and for what is right, and at the very least make a small contribution to combating tyranny, Western societies will continue moving towards what Ayn Rand called the stage of the ultimate inversion, or as she warns, we are fast approaching the stage of the ultimate inversion, the stage where the government is free to do anything it pleases, while the citizens may act only by permission, which is the stage of the darkest periods of human history, the stage of rule by brute force.
So the stage where the government is free to do anything it pleases, while the citizens may act only by permission. So it's like your privileges, you know, and you do, sometimes you end up doing evil things so that you can have privileges, you know, because it's like, that's the only amount of freedom that you can get, because you can't really be free. You can just have privileges, the ones that the government allow you to have, you know what I mean? And that's a state of affairs, present state of affairs, I think. You know, you don't have to be in a communist country to be in this state of affairs. You get what I'm saying? Like, what am I trying to say? It's like totalitarianism or tyranny can take on different forms. It doesn't have to be a dictatorship. You know what I'm saying? It can be in what appears to be in a democracy. You know.
Actually, the worst tyranny is likely in a true democracy, because then the laws are made by the whim of the people that are most popular and in control. And then the entire country becomes one big, huge Mean Girls episode.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes the high school lunchroom of the 80s and 90s all over again. It becomes the who gets to sit in the back of the bus all over again. And I'm not talking about by color. I'm talking about after that was solved and the kids solved it on their own.
This content is made possible by...
We need to get rid of these damn celebrity presidents.
Yeah. Let me see it. I want to go back to the beginning of this video and play a little bit of it. Let me play this.
Authoritarianism in religion and science, let alone politics, is becoming increasingly accepted, not particularly because so many people explicitly believe in it, but because they feel themselves individually powerless and anxious.
So, authoritarianism in religion and science, let alone politics, is becoming increasingly accepted, not particularly because so many people explicitly believe in it, but because they feel themselves individually powerless and anxious. And I would add that a lot of people just don't see it for what it is. They're not aware of it. Like we're talking about before, about how people are supporting this authoritarianism, and it goes against their political ideology. And then they're not aware of it because it's like a certain segment they feel deserves this, you know? So, but if you let them be authoritarian towards one group, then who's to say they're not going to be doing it to you? And then they do it to you and you're not even aware of it. Let me see.
Individually powerless and anxious. So what else can one do except follow the mass political leader or follow the authority of customs, public opinion, and social expectations? The American psychologist Rollo May wrote these words in 1953, and in the decades that followed, the West tiptoed into tyranny. A mass surveillance state was established. Free speech gave way to increasing levels of censorship. Statist bureaucracy and stifling regulations invaded ever more areas of life, and tax rates reached levels that in the past would have caused a revolution. However, in recent years, this tiptoe into tyranny has turned into a sprint, as some Western countries are flirting with full-blown totalitarian rule. But the existence of power-hungry and psychologically disturbed politicians who desire total control is not what makes our situation particularly precarious, for such individuals exist in all ages. Rather, our troubles lie with the fact that very few people possess the one virtue that can turn the tide back in the direction of freedom, that being the virtue of courage. And as Alexander Solzhenitsyn warned in 1978, a decline in courage may be the most striking feature which an outside observer notices in the West in our days. Should one point out that from ancient times, declining courage has been considered the beginning of the end?
Yeah, man. People are scared and they don't have balls.
In this video, we are going to explore how a hyperconformity and blind obedience has infected the West and, in the process, crowded out the cultivation of courage. We will discuss how a widespread cowardice is permitting the rise of authoritarianism, and how a rebirth of courage is the antidote to our precarious political predicament. The pathological conformity that infects the West is generations in the making and the result of a confluence of factors. It is driven by a value system in which social validation occupies a preeminent position. It is furthered by the use of social media and the fact that success on these platforms is achieved by virtue signaling and conforming to the moral flavors of the day. It is also a product of an education system which deifies the democratic ideal and promotes the rights of the majority over the rights of the individual. These factors, combined with others, has created a society of hyperconformists. And as Rollo May explained, the opposite to courage, in our particular age, is automaton conformity. One of the ways that Western conformity manifests is through a blind obedience and a pathological need to follow rules. Most people believe that to be a good person is to be a compliant person, and to do what one is told by those in positions of political power and their lackeys in the media and celebrity culture.
So that's one of the clues right there. It's like, you want to be a good person, so you want to follow the rules or whatever. So, but like I was saying before, it's like what I tell my daughter all the time is that just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right, and just because something is illegal doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. You know, that's what it is. And people following the worst atrocities that has happened in history was a result of people following rules or people following, their orders. You know what I mean? They were given orders to do some horrible thing.
Qualifying that.
Yeah.
Because I was just following orders.
Yeah.
I was just following orders. Someone with a badge or a clipboard should not be able to convince you to do something that you know is wrong.
Right. Just because they have a role.
Except get some exercise and eat better, because the doctor really is trying to help you when he says that. He is not trying to punish you.
Yeah. So just because a guy has on a robe, or a suit and a tie, and he has a position, he has a title
or a badge,
that doesn't mean that this guy is right all the time, or is following the law or whatever.
It doesn't mean that he is acting. They are acting in your best interest. They are acting in the best interest of whoever gave them that authority. Whoever's authority that they speak for, they are acting in the best interest of that entity, not the public, not the person, not the people.
And sometimes they're not even doing that. They're acting in their own best interest, and they're just using their authority to get their own personal agendas done.
Well, again, that's a different topic, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can't be an assumption in every time and everything. But bottom line is, they are not working for your best interest or the interest of the people. It may be in their own interest, so we're not worried about it. All we're talking about is the fact that just because they have that authority and if they say this is for you, this is for your own best interest, does not mean it's true.
A case in point, what has happened over the past couple of years. There's a quote in here I'm looking for, so let me play this.
In acting with blind obedience, the conformist fails to differentiate between morality and legality.
See, that's kind of what I was just saying. Hold on.
This is a ChatGPT written thing. It is taking quotes from all over the place and cutting them apart and mishmashing them together. That's why you seem like you've heard most of this.
Yeah.
You've read a few of these books, not a lot of them.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of basic philosophy in here from the Greeks and stuff like that, stuff that you've read for your classes recently, but you notice that it's cut up and mixed together.
And it's kind of confusing me.
Well, what's happening is they're using ChatGPT to do the subjects, and they're doing a voiceover using a AI. So the cadence is off and it sounds wrong, but it's a really good AI, but it sounds wrong because the English itself is a little off from properly written because it's ChatGPT. And since ChatGPT uses all the text that it has access to and things like that, and then basically cuts it apart and rewords it, that's why we're getting so much mental static.
Yeah.
Because our brains are trying to figure out, oh, so-and-so said this, but this is the whole quote while he's still talking.
Yeah. Trying to clarify.
And legality, and so remains willfully ignorant of the fact that government rules can be immoral, driven by corruption, and that sometimes they pave the way for individual and social ruin. Or as Rollo May explains, our particular problem in the present day is an overwhelming tendency toward conformity. In such times, ethics tend more and more to be identified with obedience. One is good to the extent that one obeys the dictates of society. It is as though the more unquestioning obedience, the better.
So our particular problem in present day is an overwhelming tendency toward conformity. In such time, ethics tend more and more to be identified with obedience. So it's like, your ethics, though, is not necessarily, it shouldn't be aligned with obedience. And unless that obedience is to the ethic itself, like to your moral compass, to what you know is right, But if it's just being obedient is causing it to be ethical in your brain, then that's going to lead you to, the situation that we have today where people disregard the truth of what's really happening so that they can just, back up their team. You know what I mean? They go to bat for their team and defend their team, defend their side. And it's like, that's all that's happening on social media when, I read comments all the time and people just want to, defend their team. Like if they're a conservative and someone is attacking some kind of particular specific conservative idea or a person that calls himself conservative, then all of the comments are going to be like defending conservatism. It says one is good to the extent that one obeys the dictates of society. So like the society saying that it's bad to get an abortion. I don't know, I'm tired now. My brain is freaking worn out with this.
Well, the problem comes to the point with that particular type specific subject is it crosses both ethical and moral lines. And since every individual literally has their own set of ethics and morals, there will never really be a 100%. There will be no 100% agreement on it. You know, by people that support it, I'm considered an asshole because I don't believe in choice and free will and blah, 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 this. And then by the other side, I'm a demon asshole baby killer because I agree that to a point there should be some choice. You know, so I don't fit into either camp because I can't agree with either camp in its total point. Neither one is willing to compromise on it either because they quote either an ethical point or a moral point. And you can't argue ethics and morals against each other because truthfully, they're different.
Let's read some comments. It says, doing what you're told is easier. It absolves you of responsibility and lets someone else make all the difficult decisions for you. Boom. You know, it's like freedom is difficult, and some people choose to not be free because of the difficulty that comes along with being free. They don't even want to just deal with it. And it's like when we was playing the video the other week where they were saying, if a person doesn't want to be free and then you force freedom on them, that's like tyranny. What was it? It was that was when we were talking about Clockwork Orange.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but I didn't say it very well.
I think the quote that the guy makes should replace responsibility with accountability. Because responsibility can still leave a moral stain or a bad taste in the back of your mouth. But if you're not accountable for it, then it's off your conscience both morally and ethically. I mean, it was their decision. I really didn't do anything.
Right. So it's easy.
So accountability is out the window because they are accountable. My boss ordered me to do it. I am not you can't hold me accountable, for tossing the puppies off the bridge because my boss told me to do it. He's the one that should be accountable for it.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it was you physically throwing the puppy off the bridge, and you didn't have to do that. You could have said no, But it's easy. Like people don't want the difficultness, They don't want the accountability. They want to be able to. So like if they're just like, it's kind of like whenever they give you the orders, like the stuff with the mandates and stuff. It's like, and the jab and all of that. It's like, well, they told me to do it, so I have to do it, so I don't have to think about, if it's right or if it's wrong or if it's good for my family or whatever. They already told me that I have to do it or I'm going to lose my job and all of this. It makes it easier to make the decision to just do what they say.
Well, see, that when it's like you're going to lose your job if you don't, that's when the line crossed from a public safety, all that, to authoritarianism.
Yeah, they had to give those people money. All those people that got fired in New York for not taking the jab, they what was it? They won a lawsuit. They had to pay them back pay and everything.
I mean, I'll tell you, the biggest hesitation I had when the Fauci came out was the quiet people who didn't want it. Not all the people screaming, darn your stuff, all this, all that. it was all the medical professionals who had been on the front lines for the last 2 years going, no thanks, we'll wait.
Yeah.
That's what made me stop and go, maybe I want to wait. I'm not, I don't smoke anymore. I'm a little overweight. I'm not in a super bad danger group other than my age. So I think I can wait until, we all know that the first iPhone sucked. It took you about eight models before it actually was a good phone.
Yeah.
So everybody knows that nothing works, no games work well until after the third or fourth bug fix.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel that since our society feels that way about our entertainment, and society feels that way about things that really make our lives better, that maybe that's bleeding into other places. And I'd rather not be the alpha tester or the beta tester. I'd rather wait for a couple of updates after the release before I go, yeah, I think it's for me.
Because it has to do with your health. It's a different situation when it's a video game and like they're using you to find all of the bugs in the game, so your complaints about the bugs is how they go back and fix it when they release the new game.
And that's what I'm equating to this whole the Fauci ouchie. That's the way society is. Hey, let's get it out and test it first. And we can fix it easy enough with future changes in recipe.
Let me read some more comments. It says, the pandemic brought out the absolute worst in people everywhere.
Injectable content instead of downloadable.
It says, the pandemic brought out the absolute worst in people everywhere. People on buses, in stores, malls, everywhere. It totally did.
People forgot how to be fucking cool with each other.
But the government, the way they did it, put neighbor against neighbor, where you can rat out your neighbor because they got too many people. It's more than 5 people at my neighbor's house, calling 911 and shit. Like, damn. Like, I don't know.
Hey, one thing I am glad that our own Governor Abbott realized after about a week or two of that is we weren't allowed to get alcohol delivery and stuff like that. But it took him about a week and a half to figure out he could not lock us up inside the house with each other without letting us drink here in Texas. So now we to go alcohol, you can grab a to-go drink with your dinner, get it delivered and stuff like that. You can get the drive-through daiquiris and stuff like that now. That's a good thing. I love me a good strawberry daiquiri when it's 120 degrees outside.
And that's what I noticed too. Like since the pandemic, a lot of those rules stayed in place. Like you can still take drinks to go and stuff like that now.
Absolutely.
Because we do it at my restaurant. Let me read another one. It says, people tend to be cowardly for a number of reasons, one of which the genetically hardwired self-preservation response. Even earthworms have that response. Another is the also genetically hardwired response to the unknown fear. Fear is a huge motivator. What happens to some is that they are forced to confront fear, usually at an early age, and discover that what they feared just wasn't all that fearful. Let's read another one. It says, the pandemic for me brought out what everybody is really like if you had enough backbone to stand up and say, not me. And unfortunately, I was disappointed in most people around me. People are cowards and people like to be told what to do. They want to be told they're safe. We'll keep you safe. Take this and you'll be fine. No thinking for yourself anymore for a lot of people. Another one, it says, the obedient always think about themselves as virtuous rather than cowardly. Robert Anton Wilson. Yeah, I'm virtuous. I'm a good person because I'm doing what they told me to do. So you're a bad person because you're not doing what they told you to do. So I'm better than you. I'm, you know, I have more authority over you. Another comment says, this video is spot on. Railroad workers wanted to strike because they wanted paid sick days from greedy corporations that are making record profits. The government and the public sided with the greedy corporations because obeying the masters is what a good citizen does. A goody citizen. That's what he said. Another one that says, there's a big difference between obedience and cooperation, thinking for oneself and being contrary. Another one, the sheep spend their whole life fearing the wolf only to be eaten by the shepherd. And once you understand that, the game changes. Ooh, that's a good one.
Well, and if you think about it, what else does the shepherd do? They strip you completely of all your resources and fur every now and then, and leave you to go out and build it all up again.
Yep. And they feed you and like
then they pick one or two of you to feed extra for a while, and you think that you're getting all kinds of blessings when actually you're just being fattened up.
Yeah, they feed you and protect you, but you're locked in a cage and you can't really move around. You don't really have no freedom, but you have the protection of the shepherd.
No, I thought we were talking about like actual shepherds and stuff, not modern sheep keeping. I'm talking about the shepherd on the hill. I'm talking about the guy on the hill on the horse.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the clothespin, but you know, this pasture to that pasture.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't immediately go to fuck the corporation with everything.
I guess I'm hardwired for that. Let me read another one that says,
you've been harsh on it today. That's why I've been a little quiet.
Let me read this one. It says, the reason most people are cowards is because human beings want to survive. The drive to survive is very strong, so it's a common sense thing to avoid confrontation until we have no choice but to confront it. Another reason is the fear of losing your job, livelihood, being canceled. We're living in an age of job insecurity and financial insecurity. There's no coincidence the elite love normies not having any security and being kept in their lane. The last thing elite want are independent thinkers that are politically and socially active. They want us fat and distracted with bread and circuses. Yeah. And so, yeah, when you're living check to check on the edge, you know, you don't have time to, you know, push back, you know, you don't have time to ask questions, you know, you don't have time to protest. It's, the risks are too high.
I've got a friend of mine that was talking to me. He saw me on the show and everything and watched one, and he kept asking me, dude, why do you keep softballing? Why do you keep softballing them? Why do you not? I know what you think about some of this, and you're not actually getting out and getting deep and explaining things. And I'm like, yeah, and I can't. And he's like, why? That's what you should be doing. I'm like, I'll tell you what. When I got $2.5 million set back in a bank account that will provide me with enough money to live on for the rest of my life off the interest, then you're going to hear some shit.
Yeah, I'm soft too.
But until I know that myself and my family are going to be okay, I'm not going to take the chance of social media and the things that can happen to me right now.
I'm telling you, because
they come for me once, and I had a boss that backed me up.
And the dangers are real. And so, you know, sometimes I feel like I'm betraying myself here on the show when I'm not going in on a whatever topic or whatever. But the dangers are real. And we're on YouTube, and YouTube is like the most strictest one. Like, they come for you heavily. Like, I don't want to lose the channel, you know. I want to be able to do this. And, you know, it's twofold, because I reach the most people on YouTube, but YouTube is the place where I have to be the most careful with what I say. And it causes me to not be clear and concise with what I'm saying a lot of times, because in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, I got to watch, I can't say this word, or I can't say that word, or this political view is controversial, and a lot of people
Bad
going to
this
get
week.
upset. Or I'll be thinking about, I want to get a professional job too, once I graduate. And they might want to go and replay some of these videos and say, hey, we can't hire you because you said this. That's the kind of, all these thoughts are going through my mind while I'm doing the show. It's really sad.
I mean, I've come to find too, though, that when I realized what's going is we got a lot of right and we got a lot of left going on the show. When I fell back and started going, okay, where do you guys agree on and stuff like that, I've been finding myself drugged more and more that way in the whole discussion on everything. I have my views and I do not agree, and I would stand by them. But at the same time, you notice I also go, I recognize the values and ideas and inputs from the other side and try to find where we can come together to make everything, make it a little better for everyone instead of all better for some people at the sufferance of others. I consistently asking you all the time, what about force? Here, that just changes the hand of the gun has made me realize a lot more that, everyone's speaking so much in force. Nobody's speaking. Everyone's, you must change. Nobody's, hey, where are we at? What do we not have to change? What do we need to talk about? Where can we meet to talk about it? Kind of things. What can we get off the table that we don't need to keep talking about?
And that's one of the things that's really good about this and what we do here, because back your point about force, I can't help but to think about that a lot of times, and I do hammer that, that force thing, but you pushing back on it all the time definitely, makes me think about it. And as time has gone, I've definitely been moved, if you will. Like
we can't fight authoritarianism with authoritarianism.
And I can't argue with that. So it forces me to reevaluate my views on a lot of things when we have those conversations. And, in your own mind, it always makes sense. But then when you say something out loud, then, you're open to the ridicule, and you have to deal with the feedback that comes as a result of it. You know what I mean? And like when you're trying to be logical and fair and following the facts, then sometimes, because what happens is our emotions drives our political ideology a lot of times.
I was about to say that. And then we get caught up.
And they're not rational. They're not factual, and they probably won't work in reality. Like some of the arguments that you say about when you say that, you have to factor in human nature, and that's the reason why certain things don't work. Thinking of things in a utopia type of way, and on paper, it sounds really good, but then you have to factor in the human, how humans are.
There will always
nature.
be greed. There will always be people trying to be superior. There will always be people looking for a shortcut, even if it costs other people. And it doesn't take many. Even if there's only a few, it doesn't take many to drastically change a society where people no longer know how to stand up against that.
And that's where the theoretical and the practical are different. It's like when you learn, like, let's say you go to school and you learn, economics or some kind of like business management or whatever. And then when you go into the field and actually work the job in economics or business management or whatever, a lot of that shit you learn in school, you got to throw it all right out the window. Because, like, again, on paper it works, but in the real world, it not so much.
Well, I went into selling computers and stuff like that, and the guy that trained me, the first thing he says, "So do you have a computer degree?" I'm like, "No, I just play games and build my own systems. He's like, oh God, thank God. I hate teaching computer nerds, or I hate teaching college kids about computers, because they don't, they come out with the computer degree, but they don't know crap about computers, or all they know is how to use Office or the Office program at the time, because there wasn't even Office out at the time.
Yeah, so I think that what we do on the show, and what people need to focus on is finding that bridge between the theoretical and the actual. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you guys can work to change minds, or and all that. I'm here to try to get people to understand. Maybe try to understand each other a little more, because the more we can close that gap, the stronger we get toward the next step, and the stronger we get towards it's like, hey, wait a minute, that stuff doesn't make us mad. We already agreed that's fucked up. Hey, you, and that makes you question the next thing that they say. Once you got that base ground, it's like you've got the foundation to start going. Now, wait a minute, they told me this. And us coming together, we realize that's not the way we're thinking. That's not the way we're feeling. Now let's look at what else that they've told us.
And that's where my focus is. My focus is mostly in getting the information out there, so that we can have a level, like a ground, something to stand on. Because I think there's a huge gap in education, a huge gap in information, like people really understanding certain concepts or whatever. They don't really get it. They talk about it and they repeat what other people say or whatever, but they really don't understand it. And that's where I know is a problem. So that's one of the main things I do here on the show, is trying to, mostly it's just get information out there. So where you stand on it or what you think about it is kind of beside the point. But first we need to know what the hell it actually is or whatever. You know what I mean? So then we can build on top of that, because people just talk. Everybody's got opinions, but they don't really know anything. Like they don't know the facts. They don't know what's actually
That's the difference between high school and a real college. Real college is still doing what high school did. All they're trying to do is throw more facts. The idea of college is you take all these facts and you begin to use them through interdisciplinary, different disciplines, to understand. See, all these right, wrong, and stuff like that, but then in colleges, when you learn is when you begin to understand how to put it together. Like I always say, the part where all this knowledge is great and we've been taught all these wonderful things, but what happens when you apply it to psychology?
Right.
To economics. Right. It's that interdisciplinary part that they're lacking in school, because they concentrate on the one degree and only classes that supplement it, instead of having that wider base like it used to be, when a college degree actually meant you knew how to think in different ways.
Yeah. So context, the context is what's missing. And that's the reason why I do these long form shows, is because, these topics that we cover a lot of times, like, it's just a headline and then people throwing their opinions. But then to really understand it, or to try to work with this idea, you have to have the context around it. And that takes time. Like, a college course, you covering a topic or whatever, and it takes 6 months to cover it thoroughly. You know what I mean? Because it's so much context to it to really understand it, like you say, interdisciplinary, in an interdisciplinary way. A 15-second freaking TikTok isn't going to do it. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, morality is doing what is right regardless of what you're told. Obedience is doing what you are told regardless of what is right. Ugh. Another one, it says, my mom taught us kids, be willing to die for what you believe in. Stand your ground. I'm glad she did because I've always been myself. Never led to do what I don't want or think is right. It's a no-brainer for me and my siblings. Yeah, I was taught that too. And, I've suffered in a lot of ways for standing up for what I believe in.
I'm going to find the Steve Rogers quote, Captain America quote about sometimes you have to be the truth. This is a great quote for what we're talking. Keep going. I'm going to find this.
All right. Another comment, it says, the only thing evil needs to rise is for good men to sit still and let it happen. Time to stand, gents. Yes, stand up, because the evil is running the world, and it's off of the strength of us just, trying to be good and compliant. Another comment says, you have the right to fair trial, but you expected to plead. You have the right to stand firm, but you're expected to flee. Wait, hold on. You have the right to fair trial, but you're expected to plead. You have the right to stand firm, but you're expected to flee. You have the right to speak out, but you're expected to watch. You have the right to be different, but you're expected to not. Poem by Phil Inman from the book Snatched Poses. These words have helped me. Hold on. These words have helped me develop how I face the world bravely. I like this. I like this a lot. You have the right for a fair trial, but you're expected to plead. Like most trials, I think they said 85% of trials go to a plea. So it never goes to trial. The next line, it says, you have the right to stand firm, but you're expected to flee. Like people, they know you're going to be scared, so you run away. And it's like when you have a problem, when you have an adversity, instead of facing it, you tend to not. And then it says, you have the right to speak out, but you're expected to watch. And most people, they don't speak out. Even in my classes, people are afraid to say what they really think about things because they're worried about what the professor's going to say, because they're worried about their grades going to suffer because they disagree with the professor. But I'm not that guy. I'm going to go, and I've bumped heads with professors time and time again. I do it all the time. And I tell my daughter to do it. It's like, if nobody has said it, then you need to be the one to say it. That's what I tell my daughter. Another comment, it says, when you have nothing, fighting for something is easy. When you have plenty, you're less likely to risk what you have. See, that's actually really, that's what happens, So the most dangerous man is the man that have nothing to lose. And that's the reason why the way society is set up, they give you stuff to lose, your mortgage, your car note, your family, That's why, like, if, like the spy versus spy, like that guy who's an agent, if having a family for that agent guy is a liability, having an attachment to his name, to his last name or his identity is also a liability. You want a guy who is not attached to his name, he's not attached to his family or whatever. You can't control this guy. He's really dangerous. That's the guy that can get things done. That's the guy that can change the world. The one that you can't threaten him by saying, I'm going to kill your family, because that's the thing that'll get a person, to do whatever. We know where your mom lives. We know where your kids live, go to school. So, but if you don't have that, go ahead.
In the private chat, I put two versions of the quote that I was telling you fits really good in here. The first one is from the Captain America Civil War, the movie. They convinced it, they Americanized it a little less. And the second one is the original quote from the comic book issue of the same one. The first one fits really, really well here. The second one's a little nationalist, but it was the one that made me come after it in the first place. I love the quote, and I really like what they did in the Marvel universe by making it a better. I like the format of the new one, even though I'm a Captain America fan from the comic books. I really like the new quote just as well.
So which one you want me to read?
The first one fits our topic.
Okay, it says, compromise where you can, where you can't, don't. Even if everyone is telling you that something's wrong, is something right. Even if the whole world is telling you to move, it is your duty to plant yourself like a tree. Look them in the eye and say, no, you move. Yeah, I think I remember this. Compromise where you can, where you can't, don't. Even if everyone is telling you that something wrong is something right, even if the whole world is telling you to move, it is your duty to plant yourself like a tree, look them in the eye and say, no, you move. Yeah, so if everyone is telling you something is wrong, it's something right. And that's one of the things that happens to me, I think, a lot of times. And I end up being alone, being the only person saying, like, wait a minute, this isn't right, but then people say stuff like, well, it's always been this way, or they say, there's nothing you can do about it. They say, why do you care?
And now you're ready for the next quote.
Yeah. It says, the nation was founded on a principle above all else, the requirement that we stand up for what we believe, no matter the odds or the consequences. When the mob and the press and the whole world tell you to move, your job is to plant yourself like a tree beside the river of truth until the whole world know you move. When the mob and the press and the whole world tell you to move. Yeah, I like it too. I like that. That's great. I posted it in the chat so people can see it.
Yeah, I thought that quote, both forms of that quote fit, but I like the way that you naturally led from the first one to the second one with, about, afraid of consequences and things. And the original quote was from the comic book version of Civil War.
Mm.
And it was actually written by Michael J. Straczynski, the guy that wrote Babylon 5.
Mm.
And then I want to say Chris Williams, Christopher Marcus was the writer for the first one. And that was in the movie Civil War. And Captain America didn't say it. Actually, Agent Carter did to the world stage when she walked away, to the whole registration committee.
The name of the show today was Ideas That Work. And what I was thinking about was how, the different countries around the world, we, as humans, we all have the same problems, basically, and I wonder why we don't have a system where, how one country deal with a certain problem and the results that they got isn't shared and compared around the world. You know what I mean? So the idea of Ideas That Work is instead of looking at it from a national perspective of we do everything the right way or whatever, or we're better than them or whatever, or we can come up with a better way or whatever, just really looking at what actually works and implementing that, around the world. So it's at some point there'll be a level of conformity related to how we deal with certain things, because that is just the best way of dealing with it. Who cares on who came up with the idea or which country it was or whatever the hell, we want to do things in a way that is the most efficient you know, that works the best, and I think that, like I say, humans have the same problems. Um, if there was a way, because we have the internet now, like we have ways to share information and posting how, the best ways and practices or whatever, because it's like a lot of times what I was saying earlier is people say stuff like, okay, well, this works. And I'm like, no, it doesn't work. And they're like, yeah, it does work. All you have to do is shake it, turn it upside down, press it hard, double click it or whatever, do a cartwheel and a backflip and say, Alhamdulillah, and it'll work. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, no, if you have to do all of that, then it doesn't work, But people want to convince themselves that, the way it was done before is, the way we've done it forever is, is the best way or whatever. You get what I'm saying? What do you think about that? I feel like I was rambling.
That quite often youth dismiss the value of tradition and wisdom, while at the same time, older people do not take into account ingenuity and new ways of thinking. And I know that was really, I had to think about that, how I was trying to say that. And the thing is, youth is so impatient with elderly and people trying to show them stuff like that, that they stop listening and don't realize there's value in the way that they were taught, and they have fundamentals that you have to figure out every time you step into the situation. While at the same time, the older guys are frustrated because you're trying to show them this trick while you don't even seem to understand the basics. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, basically,
now I'm old enough. I've gone through the years where I was pissed off at everyone younger than me because they didn't understand the basics, and everyone older than me because they wouldn't let me run with the things I was doing because they didn't think I knew the basics, which really sucks when you're trapped at that age and time in your career when both sides hate you. Say, you know too much to hang out with the little boys and don't know enough to be one of the big boys.
Yeah, kind of caught in between.
And of course, they keep paying you as a little boy no matter what. No, that's when you find out they're hiring on people at the pay that you've been making after you've been at the damn company for 8 years.
I want to see if I have a couple of short clips to do before I go to make sure I got enough reels. I should have enough, but I kind of want to pad my stats a little bit before we get out of here. Let me see if I have anything. Let me share this screen here so we can search. Did that. Pork video. Did I do this?
2 years in jail for this viral video, where she says one of the most important phrases in Islam before eating pork. Leena Lutfiawati, who later adopted her Indian name, Leena Mukherjee, identifies as a Muslim. And in the Islamic faith, eating pork is strictly forbidden. But in March, the 33-year-old Indonesian TikTok influencer posted a video saying Bismillah, which in Arabic means in the name of God, before eating crispy pork skin in Bali. It got millions of views, but it was widely criticized. And someone reported her to the police for knowingly eating pork skin as a Muslim. She said she tried pork skin out of curiosity, but now she's been found guilty for inciting hatred against religious individuals and groups. And the Indonesian police charged her in May for spreading hateful information. This TikToker has been sentenced to 2 years in jail for this viral video, where she says one of the most important phrases in Islam before eating pork. Leena.
So she got 2 years in jail for eating pork and making a video about it, basically.
Not our country, not our religion. We can't say anything about it.
Well, my dad was Muslim. My mom was Christian.
That's like us going on here, throwing out a mustache man salute, saying kill all them Blue Star people because they're inferior. I mean, it's the same thing. It's going to get you put in jail.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to follow the. Go ahead.
Well, their laws. It's their laws. I mean, we've got them too, and I can't feel bad, outraged for her when she knew what the hell she was doing.
Yeah. So it says TikTok influencer Leena Lutfiawati was found guilty of inciting hatred against religious individuals and groups, the latest in a series of cases involving blasphemy laws in Indonesia. She posted a video that went viral saying Islamic phrase before eating pork, which is strictly forbidden in Islam. Couple comments. It says, some religions I just don't understand. Another comment, it says, for people defending her, imagine being a citizen of your country and going against the country's sacred rules. It's disrespectful and provoking. It's either leave your country or just learn how to respect its rules, especially in public. Same goes to religion. Easy peasy. Another comment, it says, no, I think you're missing the point here. It's a crime not because she ate pork as a Muslim, but because she deliberately said the holy praise, Bismillah, before doing so. It's disrespectful. Another one, it says, sorry, BBC, but this post is inappropriate. Some of your followers really do not know how to respect other countries' regulation and religion. So, yeah, so the thing is, the reason why this caught my eye is because the clout chasing of the internet, that's how you go viral, right? It's really like pissing people off, like trolling. Trolling is a good way to go viral, and people want that viral. They wanted that fame. Sometimes it translates into money, So she knew that what she was doing was outrageous and was going to get a lot of attention, But she probably didn't expect it to land her in jail, though. So, but this is where trying to go viral.
Nobody ever expects to be the one that actually has to pay the consequences.
Yeah.
The one that they're actually going to go, yep, you did it. Well, what about them? Well, what about them? We've debunked that what about them argument already.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a good example of trolling, extreme trolling, going wrong. Yeah, no, I don't feel sorry for her. The internet is making people do outrageous stuff, and they need to be held accountable. It was like, remember when the guy...
Honestly, I feel bad how long the sentence is and all that, but I don't feel bad for her, if you understand.
Yeah.
I mean,
remember, there was a guy getting on the trains and pressing the buttons or whatever. Like he was getting on the train and going into the what do you call it? The front of the train where you control the train, and that
the cabin or whatever,
the car, and he was videoing it, and it was going viral, and he did it a couple of times. And yeah, this guy got in trouble too and got jail time, but he went viral. He was getting a bunch of views, and and that's just what the internet has done is, people doing outrageous things to get clicks and views, and that shit is out of control. (9/18/23). Did I cover this?
It's kind of like the modern version of Darwin Awards, except people aren't dying except socially.
Yeah, they get.
Well, I don't know. That's not true. People are dying and going to jail. Shit, they've had to make laws to stop people from calling SWAT teams on people that are streaming and stuff like that. That's just insane that people would do this stuff like that. I mean, there's been people that have lost their lives because someone on the other end of a game calls the SWAT team on them, and SWAT team comes into their room. There's videos out there of it happening to streamers live, where SWAT's coming into their room and stuff like that. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you people?
Yeah. Let me see. I covered most of these. Did I cover this one? There's a lot of clips of old Biden versus new Biden. Biden owns Biden. Biden owning Biden. Did I play this one? Yeah, I think I did that one. I know it's the one in here I didn't do. Give me a second, y'all. Oh, wait, did I play this one?
You got a video?
This just stinks.
I'm telling you. You got a video, Soda? Organic beef, ribeye steaks, grass-fed, Simply Truth from Kroger. Open the meat and it stunk right away. Smelled rank. Right now it smells rank. Tried to give it to the dog because I was questioning whether we were going to eat it or not. First of all, look at how it tear up. It tear up easy. That ain't right. Something ain't right about that. And look at what happened when I gave it to the dog. Look at that. That looks like a good piece of meat. You see that?
Okay, get it out there.
You see that? That ain't right. That's not right. Y'all better not.
So, yeah, so this guy's trying to feed his dog some steaks, and the dog won't even eat it. It doesn't look like it was spoiled, like it's old or anything. So I wonder.
Well, I don't know. I actually eat some of the Simple Truth products once in a while. I get them on Manager Special. But I do have to admit, sometimes, but I'm only getting the ones that have been there for a while. And I do have to admit, if I don't cook them like right away, they go bad like quick. And if you freeze them, they get a kind of like a slimy texture like he's talking about. I think you put it in the freezer and then thawed it. because they get that slimy texture when you do that.
Yeah, I like that brand. Yeah, I like that brand, and
It's okay. I don't like a lot of their stuff, but a few of their things are good. I mean, it's the house brand organic for Kroger. So it's big corporate organic brand. I mean, but at the same time, I don't have any illusion that I'm eating it for my health or because it's healthier. I buy it because the particular cut happens to cost less than the other one that day, or it just happens to be within my budget and something that I want. I do buy a fair amount of their bison, and well, yeah, I do get some of their. I get their bison, the Simple Truth bison, ground bison, because I do like me a bison hamburger, buffalo burger, basically.
Mm-hmm. You know, I was talking to somebody at work, and they were talking about the Cowboys and the hamburgers, and like talking about the hamburgers were made with horse meat back in the day.
If a horse died, there was no reason not to butcher it. I mean, if it fell and broke its leg or something, I mean, they didn't just butcher horses for meat, but you know, they didn't really they didn't romanticize the horse like we do today. But then again, up till what, 100 years ago, they were still just tools and beasts of burden.
Mm-hmm.
They hadn't even begun to be romanticized. They were still on the street every day, pulling carriages, pulling stuff from place to place, being ridden to and from town.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's crazy if you think about that. 100 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago. Yeah. Things have changed. Let's read this. It says, Houston area voters will decide 3 local ballot questions. Here's what they mean. Harris County Hospital District Proposition A. Harris County Proposition A will provide $2.5 billion over 10 years for the county to rebuild the Lyndon B. Johnson Hospital and other Harris Health assets, which treat a large portion of the region's low-income and uninsured residents. City of Houston Proposition A. Houston Proposition A would let any 3 members of the Houston City Council put an item on the council's weekly agenda. Right now, Houston's mayor has the power almost exclusively, meaning they can effectively veto policy ideas by blocking them from the agenda. City of Houston Proposition B. It is an effort to address the Houston-Galveston Area Council, a group of governments covering 13 counties that doles out billions of federal and state dollars per year to its members. Houston makes up 30% of the group's population, but gets just 2 of the 37 votes on the council. So, yeah, a lot of times whenever they do those propositions, you don't know until you get into the booth, and then it's all confusing, and you don't know what you're voting for. A lot of times the way the language is written, it's like they put double negatives in there, and then they're like, vote yes or no. And then you're like, well, if I say yes, am I saying yes to what they're saying? And if I'm voting no, am I saying no to what they're saying? Because sometimes you can vote no and you're actually supporting what it is, and you can vote yes and you're not supporting what it is by the wording. And a lot of times we don't really know what the hell the propositions are at all until we get in there in the booth, because they don't do a good job of
that's why originally lawyers were not supposed to be able to hold political office, to stop that shit.
Yeah,
that way stuff would be written in everyman language.
Yeah, they really should do a better job of getting the information out before voting day about what we're actually voting on.
You know, and that's a problem that we have with laws too. Is the lawyers got a hold of it, and the problem is there's letter of the law and spirit of the law. Laws were supposed to be written by every man, not lawyers, because that way they could be interpreted situation by situation. You know, because you know back when some of these laws were made, situations came up where you know the law might be against it, but was it justified? And that's when the spirit of the everyman, the wording of the law, had some play in it to allow, you know, that kind of interpretation. And lawyers got a hold of it. And man, if you put a comma in the wrong place, you can owe somebody $23 million nowadays.
Mhm. Yeah, and another thing people do, like they be like, we want to do these bonds to be funding for this thing or whatever, or for these grants or whatever. And a lot of people, when they get in a booth, it's like they want to do no for anything that has to do with spending. So then they word it in a certain way to make it sound like, you know, it's new spending or whatever. And it, you know, a lot, like I said, a lot of people they may not know what it's really about or what it would benefit, but they don't want any spending at all, so they
It's like,
automatically
vote
no.
yes if you want to say no to this bill.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me read a couple comments. It says vote yes on Proposition B. See, that's how it goes. Which one was that?
Well, see, and that I'll tell you the truth. If I don't know what it is, I would rather not vote. I will leave it blank.
Yeah. See, there isn't a Proposition B in here. Oh man.
Well, there's B.
Where is it? Oh, okay, yeah, this one is an effort to address the Houston-Galveston area council. Yeah, like I say, confusion. Let me see. What else do I have in here that I haven't covered? We was talking about the abortion travel thing. I think that was before you got on. Did you hear about this? I know I covered this, but let me talk about it a little bit. It says, Commissioner in Lubbock County, Texas, voted to outlaw abortion-related travel. 3 out of 5 all-male commissioners voted in favor of the ordinance. On Monday, October 23rd, commissioners in the Lubbock County, Texas, voted to outlaw the act of transporting another person on local roads for an abortion and the distribution of abortion-inducing medications. Were you here when I talked about this?
No, but you did. We did bring it up, and you actually that slide right there you actually showed.
Oh, okay.
Not the previous one, but this one.
Yeah, it's a couple of slides in here, but yeah.
Well, you brought this one up in my response to saying about the whole because it was mentioned again about the national ban, and I'm like, no. They can't do. They can say they're going to try it, but they can't pull it off. And if they do, well, I hope another January 6th happens. Because that is written into the Constitution. Personally, I would go as far as saying that anyone after having the Supreme Court ban on those with the justification of it being state rights, that anyone that votes yes for an all-country abortion ban should, at that point in time, be removed from their seats because they knowingly violated the Constitution. Or at least should be put up to their constituents as for a vote of confidence in the fact that they can still represent them because they voted on something, they brought into being and voted for something that is defined already as unconstitutional. Let's get some accountability up in that house.
Let's cover this one. I'm glad I scrolled through this because I really wanted to cover this. I remember this right here. Check it out. It says Target blames shoplifters on East Harlem closing. How much time do shoplifters have left? Stores after the closures. We cannot continue operating these stores because theft and organized retail crime are threatening the safety of our team and guests and contributing to unsustainable business performance, Target said in a statement. So they're going to talk. I don't know if this is related to what we're going to talk about is the pharmacies. Let's check this out. U.S. drug chain.
Hope y'all got your med refills set up for November 1st. Hope you got them ready. You got 2 weeks before November 1st. Make sure your meds are good because it sounds like Walgreens is about to go on strike. The pharmacies in the back of Walgreens, they're talking about going on strike, and it's not because of pay. It's not because of pay. It's because of conditions, okay? I know what you're thinking. I'm going to Walgreens. CVS is thinking about it too. CVS is thinking about going on strike. Some of their locations are, at least. And then we're thinking, I'll go to Rite Aid. Rite Aid just declared bankruptcy. And here's the conditions. Here's the problem that we're having right now. You see, you have these pharmacies and the pharmacy techs, right? You've gone to the pharmacy. You know what I'm talking about. If you get regular medication, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Those people are running full sprint marathons for 8 fucking hours straight. Their whole shift is front to back running like dogs. They're trying to fill meds. They're trying to answer the phone. They're trying to answer the fucking register. They're trying to answer the fucking drive-through like it's a goddamn Wendy's. Then they're trying to administer vaccines and testing on people.
So I want to read this. It says,
hope y'all got your med refill set up for November 1st.
Damn, it goes too fast.
Hope you got them ready.
Yeah, that guy annoys me.
Hold on.
You got 2 weeks before November 1st.
I wanted to get the beginning of this, but whatever. Let's just move on. Walgreens CVS workers plan nationwide strike. Pharmacy employees at Walgreens and CVS are in talks to organize nationwide walkouts and protests in late October. People familiar with the matter told CNBC. CVS pharmacy and employees in Kansas City called out of work in late September to protest heavy workloads and understaffing. Executives at the pharmacy chain met with the workers who returned to work after CVS agreed to pay overtime, increase staffing, and curb the amount of vaccination appointments. Some Walgreens pharmacists followed suit, and some pharmacies closed across 4 states during the 3-day walkout on Reddit, where the walkout was organized. Let's see this.
People, they just added a minute clinic. A lot of these places now are demanding that the customers, like myself, go and order our medication through apps because there's nobody to answer the phone, so we got to use an app, which means that the people working in the pharmacy have to show people how to use the app. And the people who are in front of me at the goddamn pharmacy are 89 years old and Korean War veterans, and they don't even know how to use a fucking app on a goddamn Android. These people are sitting there. They're making good money. The people working at these pharmacies, they are making good money. They just don't have enough fucking bodies to get through the day. And the thing is corporate isn't going to listen because corporate looks at the bottom fucking line, and the bottom fucking line says, we're making good money and we ain't paying a lot of fucking payroll. That's the best thing that corporate could ever look for. It's a KPI. It's a key performance indicator. They ain't looking at the performance that you and I look at when we see an employee in a pharmacy running back and forth, trying to teach a 78-year-old person how to open up the fucking iTunes store to download people. They just added a minute clinic. A lot of these places now are demanding that.
So it says CVS, Walgreens, and Rite Aid are closing thousands of stores. Here's why. October 16, 2023. Walgreens said in 2019 it would close 200 stores, and in June announced an additional 150 store closures. The loss of retail pharmacy. Let's move on.
App so they can order the fucking medication to get a boner again? They don't have to see that. They just look at a percentage at the bottom of a fucking spreadsheet, and then they turn to BlackRock and Vanguard and say, we're doing great, fellas. But we see it. We see the fear and the hesitancy and the fucking exhaustion in these people's eyes. And then if we're standing 15 people deep at 5:15 p.m. on a fucking Wednesday trying to get the medication we need Because if we eat goldfish crackers, we get fucking heartburn at 39. We notice the same thing they notice, which is that there's 2 fucking registers here, and the second one has never been fucking open ever. There isn't enough staff, and they're not willing to hire. And I know what you're thinking. I'll go someplace else. A lot of them are starting to go under now. They're starting to go fucking bankrupt because those same fucking executives who went and said we have enough staff when we don't are the same ones who told all these pharmacies to look the other way so they can order when all these prescriptions for OxyContin were being written. And now those same fucking executives lost all of their fucking trials, and now they have to pay out. They have to pay out to the families and the victims that we lost to the opioid epidemic. So here we are. Here we are. When all these prescriptions for OxyContin were being written.
It says Target closes select stores to prioritize team member and guest safety.
Learning more about Target's plan to close its store in East Harlem. It's one of 9 stores that the retailer is closing in major cities because of safety concerns. The other locations are all on the West Coast. News Force Linda Vaquero live in East Harlem with what shoppers need to know about this closure. Linda.
Yeah, there's a lot of disappointment here and calls for action tonight after learning that this popular Target store here in East Harlem is soon closing for good. Target is tired of being a target for shoplifters in Harlem. The big box store announcing it's closing this location on 117th Street in 3 weeks because of theft and organized retail crime.
I think it's a tragedy because everybody in the area pretty much shops, and you can get pretty much things at a low price as opposed to the supermarkets.
Walmart is closed too. We don't have the store like this yet.
I've seen people go in and come out with comforters and not one.
Learning more about Target's plan to.
Let me see. Is there another clip? The guy was screaming and cursing, but he had a good point with the clip earlier, talking about how, you know, the pharmacies, the way that they do it, and like talking about how the other registers not open and how those guys are running around in the store and how the corporations are making money, but you know, and it's really important related to people getting there, like people's life-saving drugs is what they some of these prescriptions. He was talking about dick pills, but some of these prescriptions are, you know, heart medications, you know, blood pressure, stuff like that. Like, it's important stuff, you know, and like you were saying,
die without.
Right.
Like you said,
So-
life-saving medication, insulin.
Yeah. So, you know, the way they've been doing it, I noticed that the service has declined in years, in recent years in these pharmacies. And, you know, like I say, so these corporations are making a killing. They're making lots and lots of money. This is beside the pharmaceutical industry. We're going to set that to the side. We're just talking about retail, where you go to the pharmacy and fill your prescriptions. So they, you know, they understaff these places, you know, and every time you go there, they running around, they're sweating, you know, they're busting ass because it's only like 2 or 3 people back there, you know. I remember when all of those other, they still have it set up where those other windows are open, like the one where you just do the consultation, like you're asking the pharmacist questions about medications or whatever the hell, you know, that window used to be open all the time. Now it's never open. And, you know, like you said, the other aisle, the other register is never open. It's always just the one register, because I guess part of that is because of the drive-through window now. You know, they had, before it wasn't so big on the drive-through window, but now a lot of people use the drive-through window. So they have to deal with the drive-through window and then the people that's in there. So basically what he's talking about is a strike. So the people who are striking, it's not based on pay, it's based on the fact that, you know, they're understaffed and basically overworked, you know, And you don't want these people to be stressed out and overworked when they got to be the one that's measuring your prescriptions, cutting pills or whatever. Like, you don't want them to be in there making mistakes with your damn medication, something that you need to save your life. You know what I mean? You also don't want to be in there waiting like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to pick up your medication for something that you need to save your life. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's crazy because we got all of these strikes happening across different industries, you know, because it seems like recently more and more, you know, they want to make more money, and how they make more money is cutting staff, you know, or either underpaying people or just having less people, you know. So as long as it's good for the stockholders, you know, the investors, as long as they're getting their stock buybacks and, you know, their profits are good, they're happy. But there's a service has really declined dramatically, you know, in like all sectors, like across the board, you know. And I don't know, like we was talking about unions a lot on the show, and it's like the power of the workers has been diluted, you know. People don't have any choice, like, so there's nothing they can do. And then the customers like us who come in the store, we suffering. The people who work in the store are suffering, the customers are suffering, but the corporations are still doing great. Like, I'm tired and all over the place, but anyways, that's basically it. You got comments on that?
No, I'm gonna stay out of that.
Let me read the.
I gotta get driving here pretty soon.
Let me read the Yeah, because I'm tired too. I'm gonna get out of here. But I know I'm gonna use some of that I just played in some reels, so that's why I wanted to cover this. The caption, it says, not to mention the job loss in these areas. Look at the Amazon video, slide 9. Amazon to the rescue. 24/7 pharmacists on staff, no lines, delivery to your door. Talking about seizing a moment, but hopefully the seniors in these areas will have someone to teach them how to order their prescriptions. Perhaps that could be a business opportunity for some of you that work in this field to provide services to seniors. Well, buckle up, folks. As the stores continues to leave these areas, they're going to turn into Gotham, and Batman has been defunded. Says jokers and jokes on the community. Yeah, I don't really know what to say.
To close
people, they just added a
Yeah, I don't know what to say. You know, I guess Amazon's going to take over that sector. We're not going to have pharmacies no more, I guess, in the future. I don't know.
Here's how the system works. You pay taxes to the government pools that money and uses it to provide the people with essential goods and services that they need. In this country, we've got a different system for getting the things we need. Take healthcare. We pay taxes to the government, and the government gives our money to a middleman, for-profit insurance companies or for-profit health providers. And the insurance companies provide health coverage in exchange for maybe some more money from us, and a deductible that covers not everything, certainly not your teeth or your skin or your eyes. It's a pretty good system if you own an insurance company. Companies like United Health and Aetna collect 70% of their health plan revenue from government programs. Humana, 90%. These health plan businesses would not exist without our tax money. And it's not just healthcare. It's pharma, oil and gas, higher education. Taxpayers subsidize these industries who then take their profits, and we still pay so-called free market rates for their product. It's a classic double dip. Here's how the system works. You pay taxes to the government.
Yeah. And we talk about this a lot on the show, but it's like, how come we can't get some money back from this stuff? I don't know. We subsidize these damn companies and then they privatize the damn profits. Seems like it would be fair to share some of those profits with us when we're the ones who's, investing in these companies.
I think subsidies and investment money should be returnable.
Right. How come we can't get...
You've used it to make your profits. Your profits should be able to handle your rest of your business. So pay back the subsidy and it can go back to the people.
Yeah.
Let's return all the money we've been stealing from Social Security, which would have made it viable if they hadn't been using it, you know, for their little pet projects over the last 50 years. Because every time they take, you know, 30 million out in 1994 to prove that the president got a little bit of a blowjo in the office, you know, that's $33 million that did not have compounded interest for the last, 30 years. That compounded interest is why we don't have money in Social Security now.
Yeah, man. It seems like they should pay some dividends off of that shit.
That used to be an untouchable money fund that was used for retirement. You know, like we were supposed to do if we could not afford one, or you know, before the government said, hey, let's help you retire, trust us with this, it'll be safer than putting it into a bank or investing in stocks, because you know you're going to get this for the rest of your life if you keep paying into it. And then they turn around and use it for their pet projects and shit. Now they're saying, oh, well, we may not be able to give you that money anymore. We're going to have to restructure it so you get less, have to age 2 or 3 more years longer, right? And we're going to announce this right after we devalue the money by 30% because, well, you know.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And if you don't get the job by a certain date, we're going to charge you $20 a pop for it, too.
Let me read some comments. It says, a left-wing propagandist masquerading as a comedian is gonna enlighten us on the tax code, LOL. Another comment says, how to stop...
that is not true.
Yeah.
Agree with him or not, like him or not, he didn't say anything that was not true.
Yeah.
I do not see that as a right or left opinion at all. I see that as the middle ground that we all need to understand before we start being able to fix this.
And it's crazy, like identity politics, where it's like, because it's a certain person, you're not allowed to listen to anything that they say. Like, it's nothing that they say is viable because of whatever identity you have placed upon them or whatever. Like, you know, the kind of the argument I was making before is like, you know, you have a group of people who don't, you know, whatever Trump says is bad or whatever, you can't listen to nothing he says, or whatever AOC says is bad, you can't listen to anything that she says because of, you know, your political ideologies or whatever. Like, you know, I don't know, how did we get to this point where, you know, depending on who says it, like whatever they said has no merit.
AOC's running about 3 out of 1,065 right now.
Let's read some comments. It says, so why are we the
It also
people...
means I've listened to 168 of her comments, right?
Yeah. See. Another comment, it says, having government involvement in anything will only make it worse. See, those kind of comments are like, that's people, they don't have to think, you know, that's an unthinking comment right there. Another one, it says, a rich guy talking about taxes, shut up, dude. Another comment, it says, but he's Canadian, not trustworthy. See, this is where we are. This is where we are. Let me read another one. It says, it's true, only richer gets richer and poor gets poorer. Tax money going through cycles, through to healthcare system, education system, military service, and pharmaceutical companies, licenses to sell drugs, oil and gas companies, banking and mortgages. All it's controlled by government and your tax money. That's why citizens don't income doesn't grow, and they've been forced to pay for education, healthcare, gas, or mortgage. People are stuck with those kind of bills for the rest of their lives, aka slave system.
Shut up, cat.
That comment was all over the place. Another one that says taxation is theft. Another one that says, where's the part where we just give it all to Ukraine? Another one that says insurance is a scam. Taxation is theft. No man or woman should pay higher sum to the government for any reason than the next man. If you pay nothing, you are a leech on society and have no skin in the game. If you pay more than the next guy, I get no extra benefit. Everyone should pay the same. Yeah.
Say no, because that puts the burden of taxation on the poor. Because everybody pays the same. Now everybody pays the same percentage with no deductions. That's different. You could do 10% across the board. Everybody, no deductions for any reason. 10% across the board for everyone that makes, say, more than, we'll say $1,500, $18,000 a year. Bump that to $20,000 for a round number. Everyone that, everyone pays 10% on everything they make above $20,000 a year, with no deductions. And that would solve our tax crisis right there. Set your minimum living standard and then tax 10% of everything above that mark. And we would have more money than we knew what to do with. And corporations' earnings get an extra 5% tacked onto theirs. Anyway, I've got to get driving, man.
All right, man. I'm gonna get out of here anyway. So thank you for being here.
My voting started at 5.
All right, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We'll be back next week.
Peace, love, out.